Okay, good afternoon. Welcome to the 6th Annual Energy Symposium and Reception here at Bracewell LLC in Washington, D.C. We have titled this program Securing the Future, Low Carbon Grid, and we're here live. We're also simultaneously webcasting this event. We would ask folks on the phone to please mute your phones to avoid feedback. And I'd like to just give you to simply say that I'm Alan Strasser. I'm the DC representative of the Vermont Law School, or as we call it, BLS, Alumni and Energy Affinity Group. I'm going to introduce a couple of acknowledge a couple people and give an overview of our program in a moment. But before that, I'd like to ask Hans Dyke of the Bracewell firm to come up and say a couple words, and we really appreciate all their help in bringing us together here.
Sure. Huh? Thanks, Alan. So I'm Hans Dyke. I'm a energy and infrastructure lawyer in this office in Washington at Bracewell. We're very, very pleased to have you all back. I think many of you are back for the second time here. We're lucky enough to host for the second time. So thank you for coming. Sort of logistically, if you all need anything, Julia is here, just excellent on anything technology related. If you have any technology problems, I need to mention the bathrooms are that way, so walk around either left or right, you'll hit them. But to get that out of the way, thank you all very much. Bracewell is a little bit about Bracewell. We are a firm, energy infrastructure, environmental, all the stuff that goes along with that. Energy really is in our DNA. We're not all things to all people, and we don't try to be, but we do energy deals and energy work and environmental work and everything that goes along with that all around the world. From our offices here, Houston, London, Dubai. So that's who we are and sort of what we do. In particular, my practice is all transactional. We'll do solar deals, wind deals, gas-fired deals. So if there's anything sort of in this space, a lot of upstream oil and gas, midstream, and downstream. So that's what we do. Our tax lawyers, our real estate lawyers, our energy lawyers, our benefits and labor lawyers, our energy lawyers. So when you come here and you're at Bracewell and you are doing energy deals or energy litigation, you don't have to educate your colleagues who are specialists in certain areas or your deal lawyers. So we all do the same thing. So it's a great place to be for people who are in the energy space. Anyway, Jason Hutt cannot be here. He is, I think most of you all, are Vermont Law School grads. You probably all know Jason. He seems to know all of the Vermont Law School grads I've met in my career. But Jason sends his apologies. He's on a plane back from either South Dakota or I think he went from somewhere in Texas to somewhere north of Texas, and now he's on his way back, and he will be at our reception this evening, so he wanted us to mention this. So Jason will be here. Hopefully you all are at our reception later today, and he'll look to sort of insert himself into that. So with that, let us know if you need anything, either Julia, myself, Josh Robichaud, who's one of our attorneys here, and he can lend his perspective on, I think, the first panel that you all had. So I'll get out of the way. Let us know if you need anything, but welcome, and thanks for coming. So,
Thanks, Ron. Bracewell's been a great partner. They're in the facility. They're hosting the event. They've done it before. Jason Hutt has been really committed along. So I wanted to very quickly give an overview of the program, acknowledge and thank some folks, give you a quick history, and then we'll get right into the program, stay on time. The other sponsors are, besides the BLS Alumni and Energy Affinity Group, are the BLS Institute for Energy and the Environment, also Perkins Coie, as well as the DC Bar Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources community. So welcome to our community where we bring lots of people together, not just the BLS alum. The overview of the program is pretty quick. We have 3 panels. We have a keynote, and then we have a reception starting at 5:45. All that's on the website and some materials in front. There's a little pamphlet going around that has that information about speakers. And the first 2 panels will look at increased electrification and transition to a lower carbon, greener grid, featuring natural gas and grid scale solar as two of the topics on that agenda. And then moving on, the third agenda is about cyber security. And Then after those three panels, Governor Tom Ridge from Protect Our Power, now from Protect Our Power, formerly from the state of Pennsylvania, will be speaking our keynote at 5:40. At 5:45 is a reception. And also, I'd like to, in addition to our sponsors, thank several really important people for making this event happen year after year. As anyone knows who's done an event like this, there's a lot of details. They're not huge profit-making centers. We try to raise enough money to pay for the good drinks and orders and happy hour, basically. The first people I'd like to mention are Melissa Hardwood, who's our Alumni Relations Director. She would rise or wave her hand. She's done an incredible amount of work for us. Thank her. And Kevin Jones, who's director of our Institute, our Energy and Environment Institute, and his staff, if they would please rise and acknowledge who they are. They do a ton of work for us on and off campus, for some of the partners across the country, and thank you so much again for all your leadership there. So in addition to that, a very, very quick note from Dean McHenry, who from the Vermont Law School Dean, who has attended for the last 2 years, but could not join us because he's traveling to China to work with some partners there. So he could not make it, unfortunately. And in addition to that, I'd just like to tell you very briefly about the history of this event. The full history, if you really want to see it, is linked to our website. But it's interesting. It tells you something about the Vermont law family. Dan Phillips, who's not here, who's an alumni, had this idea of working with the alumni that are in the emerging energy field several years ago. And he wrote to the dean and said, I really think we need to create a forum to exchange ideas, research, and business opportunities. And the dean said, that's a great idea. So in a meeting that was hosted in part by Dr. Kevin Jones and others at BLS, a bunch of people came together, alumni, and said, this is a great idea. One of the outcomes was, how about we create a symposium and bring a bunch of smart people together that either are Vermont Law grads or are our friends and colleagues. And so that was done several years ago, and now we're on our 6th annual event. We, again, are trying to raise intellectual capital in the energy and environment field. There's a couple things we've done I think are important. From a substance standpoint, this article talks about some of the people that we've had on these panels, and this is also all on our website as well. We brought together thought leaders in a candid forum to discuss really important issues, and they range from the Clean Power Plan to Puerto Rico's energy crisis to all kinds of renewable energy issues, grid modernization, the role of RTOs and ISOs, EVs, et cetera. So we've done that in a respectful way. We always try to bring together the private sector with NGOs, with state, federal, and local partners as well. And we have also tried to capture a lot of this information. If you're ever interested and you're doing some research, you can go to the Vermont Journal of Environmental Law, where all the symposiums for the events have been captured. And we also have tried to be a little more cutting edge, so we continue to try to webcast this event, capture the event. And we had last year Current Revolution, a movie about grid modernization. We had a person do the premiere sneak preview here. And so again, these are people from outside our community. We brought them into our community to enrich the experience that we have here from the symposium. So I want to thank everyone who's here today, all that support behind the scenes and come to these events. We look forward to a great dialogue. And with that, we're going to start panel number 1 whenever they're ready to kick off the substantive program. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. So first thing you'll note is I'm not Samantha Williams. I'm Kevin Jones. I director Institute for Energy and the Environment. I'm standing in for Samantha. Samantha is one of our extraordinary alum, and she's the Midwest Regional Director for Climate and Clean Energy for NRDC and works out of Chicago. And it was probably shortly after we had our last symposium that I reached out to Samantha and tried to talk to her into moderating a panel. And she's been working on that diligently from that time, recruited this wonderful panel here. And I think it was Monday afternoon as I was just returning home from a long week of travel, I get a text. very blunt and clear text from Samantha as I thought she communicates. It was broken arm, DC's up in the air, and unfortunately, Samantha had a little accident, broke her arm early in the week, and her first response, being the person that she is in the illness, is, "Oh, I think I'll make it. Don't worry about it." And I was thinking, well, air travel these days is tough enough as it is without doing that after having just broken your arm. But Samantha decided it was best not to travel, so I'm here for her, and I just want to thank her and let her know we're reserving a spot on the panel next year for her to moderate. Under better circumstances. So our panel today that Samantha has put together is on the role of natural gas in 100% clean power sector. And I'm just going to introduce the three panelists and just with some of the background that Samantha gave me just to introduce the topic a little bit. So today we have with us Michael Boyle, who's the Director of Electricity Policy for Energy Innovation. And Mike and I actually met last night for the first time at the Reception Energy Bar Association, had a engaging conversation, so I'm really looking forward to his presentation today. We also have with us at the other end Kim Smaczniak, who's a managing attorney for the Clean Energy Program with Earthjustice. And Kim's going to share her thoughts on this transition. And finally, we have Josh Robichaud, who's an associate here with Bracewell with us today. In terms of when Samantha was thinking about this, she really thought this would be a timely topic with all the 100% clean energy commitments that are showing up, across the U.S. 15 to 20 states that have put out deep decarbonation power sector goals and commitments. Nearly 30 utilities themselves to have come up with their own deep decarbonation commitments, at least 80% CO2 reduction by 2050 or earlier. And the amazing leadership that some of our cities are showing, and Sierra Club counts over 100 cities with specific 100% renewable energy commitments. And obviously with the urgency of the climate crisis and these clean energy commitments, one of the things that has been greater focus on is really the role of natural gas in that transition. Clearly natural gas has played a significant role in terms of cheap natural gas prices, really doing a lot to actually drive a lot of coal-fired generation out of the market due to the economics. And obviously they've been a part of this transition, but I think the question our panelists are going to talk a little bit about today is what is their role and what is that transition going to be like as we try to swiftly move now to 100% clean power commitments. And I'll turn it over to Mike to kick things off.
Great. Thanks, Kevin. Everyone can hear me just fine? No need for amplification? Okay. So as Kevin said, I'm the Director of Electricity Policy at Energy Innovation. We're a small team that in San Francisco that does research and promotes policies that can drive decarbonization sort of at scale and speed at the lowest cost possible. And part of that work is our energy policy simulator. We have a modeling team that has created a model that I would encourage you all to go online. There's a web app tool and play with it. It allows you to sort of pick your own policies and see what the impact on emissions is out to 2050. And one of the things that they did recently was update the model with new policies that allow the emissions curve to bend all the way to net zero emissions by 2050. So in earlier iterations of the model, there was not enough of industrial policy. That's a really difficult sector to decarbonize. So they sort of created a hydrogen economy to make that possible, which is, that's one pathway, right? But I encourage you to go on that, and that's sort of where I'm going to start with the presentation today about the future of natural gas in a low carbon future. And yes, I did put a provocative unfinished bridge up there. Natural gas is often seen as a bridge fuel, but my argument today is that, sort of starting now along the timelines that we've got to get to zero by 2050 in many of these states, new natural gas simply doesn't fit. In this economy-wide net zero scenario, the black line that you see here represents business as usual under current policy, and the blue line represents the net zero scenario. And that's the volume of natural gas consumed in the United States. To get to net zero emissions, you really need to get natural gas consumption declining almost immediately, to have a reasonable chance of achieving that goal. And that's just sort of how the pieces fit together. So I'm going to talk about just briefly what I think we need to look at in the near term, the medium term, and the long term for the future of natural gas in the electricity sector. So in the near term, the main goal, I think, needs to be to limit the expansion of the natural gas system. So as Kevin noted, many utilities are now adopting voluntary 100% clean by 2050 standards. And, that's 30 years from now. Natural gas power plants last 25 to 30 years. They actually have an accounting life that is, anywhere from 20 to 30 years. And the graph here shows in red if you annualize the capital payments on those assets, it's indexed to like a 30-year timeline. And the longer, the later you build a new natural gas plant, the higher the annual capital costs are associated with that plant. And as you can see, by like 2030, you're talking about a 50% increase in the annual capital cost of these plants, and that continues to rise as you get closer to 2050. So we're not going to dig into costs now, but there are a lot of sort of alternatives to natural gas, solar plus storage in particular, becoming a really economic alternative to providing peaking flexible capacity that's zero carbon. And those options are really increasing. But I think avoiding the hidden costs is really important later associated with that natural gas infrastructure, and avoiding the build out of that now is advisable. Natural gas pipelines last 60 or more years, and we spend about $10 billion annually in CapEx, and most of that is for the distribution system. About $2 or $3 billion is for the bulk transmission of natural gas. If you do that same math of accelerating the retirement of those assets to 2050, you can see if you use a 60-year timeline, you have that green line of sort of annual costs, and that rapidly increases if you set the retirement date at 2050. And I think avoiding, again, the sort of potentially stranded assets, or at least pricing in, the faster depreciation timelines is really important. To having transparency around, what is the cost of continuing to build out natural gas infrastructure, and what are we going to pay for it later if we don't, or if we do. So in the medium term, I think we're definitely going to need to use the existing gas capacity that we've got for flexibility in conjunction with these other technologies. So the key question is, how can we manage and pay for the pieces of the existing fleet that we need? I mean, we have 450 gigawatts of natural gas capacity in the U.S., 80 gigawatts of hydro, and how do we manage that to minimize costs and actually, use those economically where feasible, but minimize the amount of energy we use, natural gas we burn in managing that. So the gas fleet and the hydro fleet are well positioned to provide a lot of the flexibility that we need to help integrate more and more variable renewables. But I'll also note that energy storage has a huge role to play, as does increasing the linkages between regions through improving grid infrastructure and transmission access to renewable energy. The demand side has huge untapped potential, particularly demand response and time of use rates to shift demand in response to the availability of renewables and reduce the need for peaking capacity, and also some improved operations in the market.
Pause for a second. People that are on the phone listening in, put your selves on mute, please. We're hearing you.
Yeah. A lot of paper shuffling over there. Okay, so in the long term, what sort of the state-of-the-art power system modeling shows is that we don't have a ready substitute right now with existing technology to provide the long-term storage or to provide energy during long periods of where we have a low solar output and a low wind output, which can actually happen for like a week at a time. And so natural gas right now will be probably the main source of energy during those times that we've got. And until we have a replacement for that, it's not really, advisable to sort of get rid of all natural gas. And so the top line, I think, is that we need to pool resources and create market mechanisms that drive technological solutions to that problem, and sort of create, carrots for industry and public-private partnerships that create those solutions. So I think other questions that we need to answer, what are the most valuable applications for the limited renewable gas supply that we have, either from waste or from biomass? How distributed must or will our electricity system become is an open question. It's going to go different ways in different places, but it really, impacts how the bulk system will evolve. I think with increasing resilience concerns, especially like in my home state of California, it's really important to consider, how much local resource is going to meet a lot of that need, and how does that change, the role of natural gas that's to be determined. What are the sources of long-term storage that can scale? There are some promising technologies. I think carbon capture and storage technology could mature and play a large role. Right now, the demonstration projects we have are a little bit more limited in how promising they are, but I'm open to more scaling of that. And will next generation nuclear also become a resource that we can use? These are really uncertain things, but really sort of as you look out to the future, these are the main questions that I think we need to address in the long term. So I hope that gives you a frame for the rest of the discussion. And there's a lot to talk about, but I think I'll end there.
Thanks, Mike. We'll do questions at the end, and I think the order is, Kim, are you?
Great, and just to let you all know, I'm from Earthjustice, and Earthjustice is much like a law firm, but we do pro bono work on behalf of environmental groups and community groups. And so our perspective on this topic is very much informed by our representational capacity. The folks that we represent are often the folks who have been most harmed by the fossil fuel economy, environmental justice communities who have long faced the harms of a fossil fuel economy. And, the other component of what drives us in our answering where is the role for natural gas is fundamentally the science around climate change. We're also an organization that puts climate objectives, which are fundamentally a human rights issue, at the center of our work. So just a reminder, and this is something that Mike touched upon, one of the things that really drives this question around gas, what it has to be is the science around climate change. So what do we know about when we need to get carbon neutral? The UNFCCC, the world's best scientists on climate change, issued a 1.5 degree global warming report this past year, and it showed us that dramatic emissions reductions are needed if we're going to avoid the most tremendously harmful impacts of climate change, and avoid the worst of what comes from 2 degrees, 3 degrees, or, God help us, 4 degrees warming. And the upshot of the report is that we can still achieve that. But what we need to do that is globally, not just in the U.S., but globally, reach net zero by mid-century, 2050 net zero. Now that net zero is not just the power sector. That is across all sectors. That means land use, agriculture, very difficult sectors to get at. It means transportation. And so if you back up from that is what we need to achieve by 2050, you must have a decarbonized power sector, because you cannot drive the emissions reductions that we need. You cannot unlock those emissions in the transport sector and other areas of the economy without first having the power sector. And so this question of what is the right role for natural gas cannot be discussed without keeping that as your North Star. Those are the things that we need to achieve in order to avoid the very human, very real sacrifices that come from greater degrees of warming. And just to be frank about it, our house is on fire. Heard Greta Thunberg talk about it that way. This is true. We've let it burn too long, and we've lost some of the ability to control and select for the most elegant solutions. We have to stop the fire, and we have to act with urgency. And so we're not always going to be choosing the optimal solution had we started work on this problem 50 years ago. We are going to have to be acting with the reality of the science. So that's my North Star in this conversation, and gives us to the answer that we have to, as an organization, our position has been, and we advocate in the proceedings we're involved in, you have to stop building new natural gas, period. It has to stop, and then move as rapidly as possible, acknowledging what Mike has described as the trade-offs of rapid removal of existing gas plants. But the goal has to be to eliminate that as quickly as possible. We cannot achieve our decarbonization goals, including in other sectors, until we do that. So that's my answer on the question. But let me get to what I really fundamentally want to focus to in my remarks, which is that the area that I work in largely has been in regulated energy markets, the markets that are subject to FERC regulation. The power markets that really matter to whether or not we're going to be able to stop gas build-out. So this is particularly true if you look at the deregulated Northeast RTOs. If you look at NYISO, if you look at ISO New England, and you look at particularly PJM, which is the largest RTO, it serves some 65 million customers. There is a huge amount, if you look at 2018 figures, a huge amount of planned gas capacity growth. 30% of what's projected to happen in terms of additions of gas capacity is in those deregulated markets. Now, part of that driving might be the Marcellus Shale, very proximate, Pennsylvania, Ohio, really big potential areas for planned growth. But the bottom line is that you cannot get to the goal of decarbonizing the power sector. You cannot achieve those 100% clean energy goals, which are largely in eastern states, not all of them, but a lot of them, while we have the existing set of market rules. And so that is really the focus of what I want to talk about, is the fact that these rules that we have in these regional markets are a part of what is majorly driving this gas build out, and that are a major barrier to be able to achieve those 100% clean energy goals. And we cannot get to 100%. We cannot get to the tough 10% blast emissions reduction solutions until we get to the heavy work of the 40%, 50%, 60% reductions that only entails achievable in the technology we have today, but is not possible, is not going to happen on its own in these markets without changing some of the assumptions that are buried in these rules. These are complicated sets of rules, like to really dig in and lay out some of what's stacked into those outcomes, the build out that we're seeing in these markets. It would take a lot of in-depth conversation. I'm just going to set the stage, give an example of a reason to be optimistic about the direction we could go, and then leave a lot to the discussion. So I'm going to have to, by nature of the time we have, keep it a little bit high level, but happy to dive in deep, particularly for folks who may be more in the weeds of some of these RTO details. But just to really flag the scale that we're talking about. So in that PJM market, the 2118 projections of how much proposed gas build we have is 40 gigawatts. Now, I suspect some of that 40 gigawatt proposed build out may not get built. You know, those are looking at what investors think they might be able to make money on. Not all of those pan out. But if you look at those numbers, what we're seeing in PJM is basically the gas or the coal retirements that we've seen being driven are all being replaced by gas. And so we will have a gas dominant system that is not going to reach your zero carbon goals. There's no way you can get to those deep cuts in emissions if that's the outcome we're dealing with. So now, if we know renewables are getting cheaper and cheaper, and ostensibly this is a market in which economics should drive outcomes, why do we see this huge glut of proposed gas build? And why do I say that these outcomes are baked into the market design? So let me turn to what I will call Exhibit A, which is capacity market design, and particularly PJM's capacity market design. And as a reminder, a capacity market is a reliability mechanism, the goal of which is to ensure that you have enough capacity on the system. Looking forward in PJM, it's a 3-year ahead. Looking ahead, what do we think we're going to need? In order to make sure we meet all the system needs, plus some contingency, some unexpected events, and make sure that gets built. And so it's a constructed demand curve, and we're going to pay out certain payments in advance to ensure that if we're having some gap between what we need and what we expect we're going to need, that payments go out to incentivize the build out we're going to need. This is basically how the mechanism works. A whole lot of detail that's being smoothed out under there, but the gist of it is that. And so any PJM market watcher will tell you that the current capacity market, it's currently a mess. The auction literally hasn't been able to be held over the past year because there's currently ongoing FERC proceeding. There's a big thicket of a fight around the extent to which PJM can push out certain resources, specifically nuclear plants and renewables that are beneficiaries of state policy. And so if, for example, a renewable development project is a beneficiary of a renewable portfolio standard, the question is, can that development project effectively be pushed out of the capacity market, not be able to benefit from that revenue because of that state policy? Now, because it's a politically contentious issue, it's been stuck, it's been on hold, there hasn't been a final decision about what will come from that. PJM's proposed a set of rules that would push out those resources. FERC is in the process of considering what does it think is an acceptable solution in response to PJM's proposal. And so, the entire market now is kind of in a confusion because, market participants don't even know what the rules will be that will apply going forward. And that's a particularly important piece of a problem. There we have these questions over whether state policies are going to be allowed to influence the market outcomes. But even setting aside this very obvious and very difficult set of rule changes that are currently in flux, there are components of the market design itself, more fundamental than this very recent set of policy reforms that are at issue. So at the basic mechanism, the most basic level, the capacity market was designed around an assumption that to ensure the system operates reliably, you really need enough of a certain kind of large traditional fuel-dependent generator that's going to be built and available to operate for a fixed stretch of time for as long as is needed during disruptive events. So it's fundamentally built into the assumptions of what we want the capacity market to deliver is at its center this idea of using traditional generators, right? So it's really built around the financial model of a traditional generating plant. It doesn't count capacity that comes from resources that don't operate like a traditional plant. If it operates only during part of the season, if it operates during, if it operates like a renewable energy resource where there's intermittency and when it can be available, if it can't come when it's called to run for a particular amount of hours, it either doesn't count at all or it gets discounted. So baked in the rules of the system. It's also, the capacity market is an administrative mechanism that's heavily biased toward extra precaution. It's got layers of added fat to the system to make sure we really avoid those adverse outcomes. And so you have every piece of the capacity market. It's a load forecast looking 3 years ahead. It's an expectation about the degree that resources are going to be available to perform. It's an expectation around what the system will look like in the future. And all of it has margins of error, and all of it has to be built in around a set of assumptions. And the tendency is going to be, because the market operator's job is to deliver reliability and avoidance of risk, it's going to be to try to make things conservatively and build up layers of extra capacity, which means building out extra power plants that we may or may not need if we're wrong about those assumptions. So what I'm telling you is everything about how we have built this system is getting in the way of our ability to have a sleeker system that's going to emit lower emissions, and it's built towards a particular type of resource that has particular sets of risks and financial needs in order to get built. Foundational to what we're building in PJM. Cannot get to where we want to go unless we change some of these rules. So I don't think you need to assume that I'm correct on this. These are all points that have been laid out by experts who are much smarter than I am, and it's really told in the numbers. So just to point to a couple quick resources, we can talk about these later, but there's a fantastic paper called Asymmetric Risk and Fuel Neutrality in Capacity Markets, written by PhD economists, including one who is a chief economist at FERC. That's Jacob Mays, David Morton, and Richard O'Neill. And the upshot is essentially what I described earlier, that the capacity market is built to address particular types of financial risks. It's a great hedge if you look like a traditional fossil fuel generator where you have a set amount of fixed costs and then a large amount of operating costs. Does not work well at all in terms of hedging risk for something that looks like a renewable development project. fundamentally different kind of financing need, and the capacity market doesn't help you to cover your financial risks if you're an investor thinking about making that bet. So really, fundamentally, again, baked into the design problems with the system we've got. FERC itself has opened up a seasonal capacity market docket. It's looking at the fact that PJM, the way its capacity market is structured, is biasing against certain types of resources that are only available in one season. They're perfectly good. If they're good during the season when you have your peak, why shouldn't we count those? FERC's looking into it. FERC agrees. This is something that makes you scratch your head. Another example of just in the data, the fact that the capacity market is very conservative. What are PJM's target reserve margins? It's about maybe 15 to 16%. That's what they say, we need this amount. What does it actually end up getting in the market? What it goes for in terms of clearing the market, it's more like 16 to 23%. Okay, so way above what it says it needs. Okay, on top of that, when you look at what actually ends up being the correct forecast, when you account for the errors in load forecast, we said we thought we were going to need this much, but then we look back, we actually need less. We're actually getting close to 30% that we're purchasing and having on the system when we only said we need about 15. We're literally buying more than twice as much stuff. It's like having two houses when you know you need one. Why would you do it? It's a waste of money and resources, and it's emitting a lot of emissions. So, I mean, the scale of the errors in these things matter. Recently, PJM just corrected its load forecast, very minor change, very minor in terms of, you know, it's not a grand sweeping thing that had to go through a FERC proceeding and was contested. 3.5 gigawatts change in how much is going to be developed in the next capacity market auction because it made a tweak in its forecast. So these assumptions that are built in these models have huge impacts on the ground in terms of emissions. So I think I'm running out of time a bit, so I'm going to not get into any other examples of that, but I want to just say one thing about a reason to be optimistic about the future, and that is Order 841, which is the storage order that FERC recently put out and is now in the DC circuit. It's been subject to challenge, but is really a landmark change in direction. So why is this such a landmark approach for FERC? Here to now, we've really had systems that were built around, this is what a traditional generating model looks like, and everything has to fit. If you're a circle, you have to fit in a square peg, doesn't matter. We're going to try to see and account for you as if you should have been a traditionally generating model. Storage forces them to change those underlying assumptions. Storage, we know, has so many different ways. It is both, it can take in energy, it can inject energy into the system, so it looks like demand, it looks like supply. It is able to act like transmission in that it can avoid the ability to have build-out transmission where there's transmission constraints. At the same time, it looks like a generator. So it crosses boundaries in a way that forces us to rethink the model. And the amazing thing is that in spite of the fact that we have many challenging politics in the energy world right now, Order 841 came out, and it's going to have to, the participation model that they set out, which says we have to look at what storage capabilities are uniquely and differently, is a huge trend, important marker for a change in a trend. If this starts to happen in other areas, we start to really looking at and say, what is the capability of this resource and how does it help serve our actual needs? Instead of trying to use the existing assumptions, that will mean that we can really change the system overall and start to use a whole slew of other technological capabilities that we will need to tap to get our clean energy goals. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Kim. And we'll finish up the panel with Josh.
Thank you. And once again, everyone, welcome to Bracewell. We're happy to have you for the second year. I start with the standard disclaimer. Views expressed are my own, not necessarily those of Bracewell or our clients. But I wanted to draw on, it was touched on in each presentation, and I want to push it a little more to the forefront here, being the reliability and resiliency pieces of this. Not to say that emissions are not a major factor and a major element in the picture that we're painting here. It's that these other two, being reliability and resiliency, are another point to balance all of this across. Helpfully, the Interstate Natural Gas Association of America, INGA, as you may have heard it referred, put together a report earlier this year, which was released in May, that looked at exactly this question. What is the role of natural gas as we move towards more decarbonization? They studied the role of natural gas on a 20-year timescale, so from 2020 through 2040, what is that going to look like? And they did it through two scenarios, one being a balanced approach, not necessarily business as usual, but sort of operating under the same assumptions and build and development and growth that we have right now. And then also under a prioritized renewables or rapid renewables approach, which had states meeting 50% renewables by 2040, had nuclear being extended and continuing to run even though the economics may not be there, sort of the best case scenario assumptions to get to those end results. In the balanced approach scenario, there was slight growth, sort of was able to continue operating. There was still a role for natural gas to play in that scenario. On the prioritized renewables approach, it was more or less constant from where we are now. And that more or less tracks with what we were saying, trying to dip off or further reduce emissions, but that is to say that there would still be a role for natural gas, even in a best case scenario with build out of renewables and the other constituent factors that could impact that analysis. That is because we need natural gas in order to have the renewable penetration that we want. Just off the east coast of the U.S., 19,000 gigawatts of offshore wind has been proposed, or is the targets of the states. The more that we want those intermittent resources on the grid, which has emissions benefits, which has, in some cases, cost benefits, if we want to be able to integrate those at that scale, you need a resource that can ramp quickly, that can respond to the intermittency of those resources. And right now, that is natural gas that can provide that at a cost that is reasonable and is something that we can work with. And that cost part is not an insignificant factor in this, that if we want to have resiliency, at the same time, any sort of increase in these costs, whether it be from stranded assets, whether it be from further renewables or more expensive resources coming onto the grid, those increases in cost are going to hit low-income customers, low-income ratepayers first. And same thing, we have emissions concerns, we have other policy things to balance against. But that is going to be one of the more immediate and first concerns from a policy perspective, but more importantly, before the state regulatory commissions and the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, for that matter, they are rate regulators at bottom. So they want to be concerned and focused on those things. So all of that is to say there is a role for renewables going forward, and we want to, a role for natural gas going forward in coordination with renewables. The National Bureau of Economic Research in 2016 did a study of this balance between the two. A 1% increase in fast-reacting fossil generation is associated with a 0.88% increase in renewables. So very much a complementary, they explicitly state that in their conclusions. There is a highly complementary that they should be jointly utilized to meet the goals of cutting emissions and ensuring a stable supply. So that sort of is the reliability piece, and wrapped up within that some of the economic concerns. I have a little bit on battery storage, but I know that we may have some questions around that, so I don't want to step on toes there. I just want to set the table in one quick way with that. If we want to talk about energy storage as filling the same role or being the functional equivalent of a natural gas resource, I think there is a path for energy storage to play that role, but it is not currently there. The issue mostly being the duration with which energy storage can provide output. Right now, that is anywhere from a half hour up to about 4 hours. But if we're talking about in California, for example, or anywhere where we have a mismatch, an intraday or seasonal misalignment, that 4 hours isn't enough to cover what we would need through that whole period. So you need a natural gas or something like that that has a constant feedstock that is able to continue to run even past that period. That said, there is great efficiencies to be gained from partnering energy storage with a natural gas resource. And we'll get to that in a second. That is some of the more recent and proposed natural gas build out is using that sort of synergy. But it's just to say that there is a role for battery storage, but right now those aren't a one-for-one functional equivalent of each other, setting aside the cost concerns. So then taking the long-term approach as Mike posed it, when we're thinking about the different ways that natural gas can integrate into the system, a couple examples for you. Buc-ee's, it's think Wawa or Cumberland Farms, a convenience store mostly out of Texas, very large, if you've ever seen them, like most things in Texas, very large, a gas station, convenience store, truck stop, I think there's a car wash. There's several of these built out across the state. They have partnered and financed a series of small natural gas generators that are able to island their facility off of the grid and run independently of any other power outage or anything else going on around them. So Buc-ee's is seeing this as, from a commercial perspective, we can continue to run no matter what goes on around us and continue to provide this value to our customers. But in a dire emergency situation, we can provide the critical fuel, food. In many cases, some emergency responders can set up on their facilities to be able to continue to run through this period. That's because of the flexibility and reliability you can get out of a small modular natural gas turbine. HEB, another grocery store, doing a similar thing for similar reasons, providing it in those ways. Just north of here in Baltimore, there had been several public purpose microgrid projects proposed to interconnect several different companies. So in that instance, you had a single entity financing and running this system for themselves. These public purpose microgrids would be linking several different, so you have a grocery store, a gas station, all independently owned, that are able to come together and run the same way. Most of these would rely on natural gas turbine in some shape or form. Some combine heat and power to have the additional output of power and other methods of continuing to provide service, but an option nonetheless. The last example I want to talk about is in Long Beach, California. Southern California Edison is building a new natural gas plant or updating a natural gas plant. They are partnering that with a battery storage array. And that battery storage array, the intent is to allow the natural gas generator to run at a consistent rate and have the battery storage array be able to do any of the step up or step down that would be called upon for the generator. And from an operational perspective, this is better for the natural gas generator because it avoids any maintenance or operational concerns that comes from ramping up or ramping down and making those adjustments. You have the battery providing that slack and is able to respond while you can run the generator at a consistent rate. At the same time, you also have emissions benefits from that. Running at that consistent rate, you're able to plan for it for one, and you don't have those sort of residual problems when you're pushing up and down. And AES, one of the companies building it, explicitly said that we're building this now and it's providing flexibility to allow this to be a platform for other things. They're building partially building out this battery storage array. There is space and opportunity to build that even larger, where the battery storage array can become sort of the primary generator and the natural gas turbine just sits as backup or complementing that. So it provides flexibility, provides different options, not only for battery storage, but for other types of resources to integrate into that. So all that is to say that there is a place for natural gas going forward, and in order to make the math work on that, and from a reliability perspective and an emissions perspective, I don't think anyone can say there's one way forward, but there are options.
All right, thanks, Josh. And panelists have left us with about a half hour for questions, which is a lot of time. While you're thinking about your questions, Samantha's given me a couple to kind of start off with here. So let's begin with, each of you laid out potential pathways to consider how to get to 100% clean energy. And some of you touched upon this, but I just want to put it back to all of you to identify what you think are the key policy levers that we should be prioritizing to get us there. Who wants to start off?
Sure. Well, I think Kim really highlighted the role that markets play in, sustaining investment in new natural gas, which is kind of unacceptable, given the emissions trajectory that we need to get on. So I will defer to you to expand upon that perspective. I think regulated utilities also, have a lot of control over their specific, integrated resource planning and decisions about what generation to either procure from the market or build to the extent they're vertically integrated. Integrated resource planning really needs an overhaul as well. I think some of the same baked-in assumptions in market design that Kim highlighted are also present in integrated resource planning and the definitions embedded in reserve margins of sort of what does resource adequacy look like. But in particular, integrated resource plans really rely on the inputs that utilities provide into their into their modeling. So there's the issue of inputs, and then there's the issue of the modeling itself, which may sort of lack sophisticated modeling of how renewables can be used to provide reliability services, modeling how storage can be used, because many of the models, just don't really do a good job of representing battery storage and energy storage. And then the demand side resources really don't get integrated into the integrated resource plan hardly at all. Lots of them project load growth that never materialized and continue to do so. I think, reforming those integrated resource plans to actually go out to the market, test the market for real renewable energy prices and combinations of renewable energy and storage, if they can just neutrally define the services and allow competition, you see really improved outcomes. I would point you all to an all-source RFP, a solicitation that Xcel Energy made in 2018 for renewables and storage and natural gas. And they got PPA prices, which they published, which is not normal. Usually these are redacted and secret and not, you have to sign an NDA just to look at them, which is not good. And they had bids coming in, wind at a median price of $18 a megawatt hour, solar at a median price of the low 20s, and then you add storage and it wasn't all that much higher. And basically Xcel was then able to procure a very, very small amount of natural gas for peaking, but the vast majority of its new energy was renewables plus storage, and they were able to accelerate the retirement of their coal plants. And really, Xcel is a leader, I would say, in the utility space that others can follow of what it really means to meaningfully reduce emissions. So I would just point to integrated resource planning, and then also, those investor-owned utilities that own coal and own natural gas, they really have a vested interest in keeping those assets around. And so I think providing new financing mechanisms to allow utilities to not see as much downside or risk associated with accelerated depreciation and retirement of those assets is also really crucial to removing those barriers toward keeping those assets online, even when they're uneconomic and don't fit with the emissions trajectory that we need to be on.
Yeah, and I will just endorse the value of the all-source solicitation of resources and really identifying what does your system need. I mean, that's a basic principle that underlies both in the vertically integrated and the market side. The extent that we are more neutrally defining the services that are needed as opposed to trying to identify particular attributes or fixating on what we think the characteristics are needed that will serve the system, the better we're going to be able to allow actual technology to compete and do what they're capable of doing. And lo and behold, renewable plus storage is a fantastic set of resources that can do a lot, and there'll be innovation to provide additional services where there are gaps. And how do you get that innovation unless you very clearly define those needs? I will say from the regional market side, we're very far from having that kind of ability to see that manifest. The assumptions that are baked in and the kind of institutional structure that have developed around that, the heavy voice of utilities in the regional markets in terms of influencing the direction of the development of those markets, baked into how decisions are made, the software, the technicians, the hundreds of folks who are involved in grid operations, they are used to a certain way of thinking, and it is a difficult thing to change that quickly, but it is a priority. And I think, magic wand, and we switched away from a capacity market model to something different. Maybe it's a little more ERCOT-like, but that's not likely to happen very quickly. I still think you can start to unravel some of the excesses of the capacity market to try to move it in the direction. We've seen a big step forward in PJM in a focus on more a service that you need, which is reserves, and emphasizing procuring that through energy markets, which is a little bit more, there's some, a little bit more competition there. Have some beef about how PJM in fact implemented it, but the idea of it is something that would then move revenue away from the capacity market into the more granular energy markets. And it looks a little bit more like that competition Mike is talking about, where you're saying, we're going to need some kind of reserves to be available. Let's let everyone who's capable try to compete to provide those and not add a lot of administrative layers to who counts. So that's like a great example. But I think ultimately what I'd really like to see is the model that we saw with the storage order. I'd like to start to see that with distributed energy resources. FERC has put that on hold. The next step is thinking about, we have so many more small available resources that can look very different from this. Now we have a big, huge amount of capacity in one place, and we need to build transmission around it. And so what happens when you start to be able to build in what is the actual resource adequacy benefits of those resources? What is the ability to be more reliable in the face of events, since many outages on the system are the cause of transmission and having to get the power you need from where it's being produced to where you need it. So what is the value of that? And should we be incentivizing that through our market structures instead of having state policies that are the thing that causes that to be built out, rather than the actual compensation of the market? Because right now they're ignored. Those are not being fed market revenue in a way, even though they may help market outcomes. And we could fix that, and we could use the power of the market to help, again, create the innovation. So we need to value that in our markets, and it hasn't happened. It won't happen until we finish a rule that, similar to the storage rule, looks at what are the capabilities of these different type of resources. Capabilities and limitations, of course, but also really does value for what they provide to the system. There's a whole slew of different market changes I could imagine, including getting at the barriers between seams of markets. We need really to think about the system as a more integrated whole. There's a lot of arbitrariness about the rules on one side versus the other, serve no actual system benefit, but create a practical barrier to being able to flow power from one side to the other, even though physically, geographically, these places are not that far apart. The rule differences make a big difference. And things like that are absurd, and we could do better. And that's what you need to get to 100% clean energy, is more integration and more ability to see across the system where are the assets that we have and how can we balance things. And we need that perspective. We're far away from it, but there's a bunch of steps we could do to get there.
To round out for the hat trick, I agree. The resource neutral procurements, I think, is an interesting way forward, but no more further insight to add other than.
Yeah, I think carbon price would definitely help too. Just to throw that out there. A man can dream.
From what Mike, what you said with the long life of new natural gas plants, and Josh, I think you touched on this, that if we move rapidly toward decarbonization, there may not, there's a need for existing, but we may not need new resources. Is there a consensus on the panel, or what are do you all think about how we should be thinking about new natural gas plants? We have to be very careful about approving new natural gas plants to the market.
I think that's fair. Careful. I mean, if you really look at to Kim's original point about the need for speed and scale, we should be extremely skeptical just from a climate mitigation standpoint of any new fossil fuel infrastructure and the lock-in that is likely associated with that. So that would just be my first point. I don't know if there's consensus. I mean, I've seen modeling from Vibrant Clean Energy, for example, of a 80% reduction in power sector emissions, relying mostly on wind and solar generation. That shows natural gas capacity sort of remaining flat to slightly declining, but the share of energy goes from 40% as it is now down to 20%, but the share of capacity is still quite large, and you really have to figure out what market mechanisms can keep the natural gas that you need for the reliability services it provides, but also allow for competition from other resources to provide that same service. And then, to drive that last bit out of the system, you need policy to continue to push on that. I don't know that just raw economics is going to do it, but yeah.
I mean, we have a very simple answer. Yes, no new gas build out. Period. That's where we're at. That the science behind climate change drives that. Of course, are investors still able to make money on new gas? Yes. And are there proposals? And will there be regulators who approve it? Yes. In fact, we will continue to see that happen. The answer for society, for the public at large, is no. We should not be building them.
I think if you're going to be building, we need to be thinking about them creatively, the way that the Long Beach example was, that to think about it only as it is now, of just a static generator that, whether it be base load, whether it be peaking, to have it narrowly viewed that way is going to create a different reality. But to be open to energy storage or other methods of getting more utility out of that same asset, I think there's a path forward.
Well, I have some more questions here, but I'm going to open it up to the audience because I know we have some very knowledgeable people out there, and I know from having some of them in the class, there's certain people here that definitely always come full of questions too. So, who wants to kick it off first? And Brian's smiling in the audience because he's had them in class. Who wants to start off?
So my question.
We got a mic so people can hear. And Todd next.
My question is about upstream natural gas, especially methane leaks, as being very damaging, and what policy mechanisms there are to really get at those on different levels. The states kind of saying, well, we're renewable, but they only have in the stack, and kind of a more holistic view of the larger supply chain.
I mean, I think there are there was a federal methane leakage standard that the Obama administration passed, but was gutted by the Trump administration.
I believe it's still in litigation. I'm
still in litigation.
Sure we're involved in the litigation.
Yeah, I think the Senate actually decided not to get rid of that. I think that was like McCain's dying breath. Actually, was to try to keep that regulation in place. I mean, some states are doing better than others. The fracking heavy states vary. I think I've heard Colorado's methane regulations are kind of a model that other states should build on to tighten up oil and gas extraction and methane leaks from that. But I think it's really important to have transparent accounting and what the leakage rate that the EPA has published has been sort of scrutinized and contested as about half, or slightly more than half of actually what's being emitted. So we need consensus around that and to tighten that up. But I mean, again, to Kim's point, that's just another reason why we need to move off of natural gas, not just in the power sector, but to begin to stop burning it in buildings as well as quickly as possible. And those two efforts can be mutually virtuous, I think.
Right. Yeah, and I would just add, I mean, on top of the opportunity for states to ratchet up in the absence of federal action, controls over those leaks, that's an authority that many are looking at, and is going to be an important mechanism to control that. The other piece, which Michael hinted at, is trying to limit the growth of the infrastructure and the use of this in other places. So we are thinking about where is this gas going in other places, other aspects of the value stream. Petrochemicals, when gas isn't being sold in power, folks are using it to make other products. And we're very much engaged. Most of those petrochemical plants are in places that are facing horrific environmental injustice. Cancer Alley, they're burden after burden. They already have multiple polluting sources dumping toxins. And then on top of it, these petrochemical facilities, which emit absurd amounts of carcinogens, are being built in their backyard. And so this is where the gas product is being used if it's not being burned in the power for power. Then there's gas in homes, and you've seen a number of places in California start to ban new gas hookups. Let's move to other sources for heating. This is an industry that needs to go away. You know it needs to go away. Let's start to look at all the places where it should no longer exist, because we cannot have an inhabitable planet as long as this industry continues to thrive. So we need to look for alternatives, and we need to have a phase out across the board. So I think the leakages are important, but there's a whole other rest of the value stream that we're certainly thinking about. Lots of communities are thinking about because they haven't had a choice. You know, the consequences of that industry is being dumped on their doorsteps. And so we continue to fight those fights.
Dr. Oyewunmi, you have a...
Thank you, Kevin. My first question is to Mike, and then the second one is to everybody. Now, I was wondering, in your model, I believe the ideal clean energy mix that you had, like in 2050 scenario, was a system powered by 100% renewable energy, like wind, solar. So I was wondering, to what extent, or did you look at, for example, the opportunity cost? And we all know, of course, the challenges with those sources of energy, intermittency, and compared to natural gas, for example, or the typical base load systems like nuclear, like resiliency, like Josh was saying. Did you kind of factor in the issue of the opportunity cost of basing an entire electrical system, supply system on such intermittent sources? And if that was a useful question, then would that affect the equation of whether a potentially useful source like natural gas will be useful, at that point in time? And then the second thing is, did you also look at, for example, the sources of the major companies? I think they're going to build massive batteries to solve intermittency and storage issues related to clean energy. The sources of the materials that goes into the production of such batteries essentially come from very few countries around the world, and we still have a very big challenge with storage, having enough storage capacity to kind of push renewable energy to that amount, to provide the amount of base load reserve margin that the market and the system needs. Yeah. So, will that affect is there a security of supply, dimension to this, challenge, to this issue? Considering the future role of natural, because for example, the U.S. has abundant supply of natural gas, that is, stored in different reserves in Marcellus and in Permian Basin. That in itself is storage of energy, that could be deployed as long as there is demand, and investors are willing to invest, and there is cost efficient to invest in them. So then the last question would then be, if it's so complex to move away, you were saying, so to move away from this reliance on natural gas or the question of capacity markets, then shouldn't the efforts of policy and regulation be focused on ensuring that the operators of natural gas utilities and the operators of natural gas supply, production facilities behave responsibly and do what they need to do in terms of the environmental cost that they have on the system? Thank you.
The model is it's not a capacity expansion or sophisticated electricity dispatch model, and so the decarbonization of the power sector, I would not say stands for an authoritative pathway to ensure, that sort of proves the case that the power system will operate reliably at 100% clean with this resource mix. So it should not be viewed that way. It's an approximation because it's across the entire economy, and it's sort of that's the role the model plays. It's demonstrative. It does have reliability requirements built into the model, but I would say, compared to, say, the NREL Reeds model or Wisdom or any of the other power sector capacity expansion models, it's not nearly as sophisticated. And so I wouldn't look at it as proving that point. It does look at opportunity cost in the sense that different policies have a cost curve, different policies are compared in terms of their abatement cost of the policy, so the cost per ton abatement. Many policies are negative, others are positive. So, many efficiency policies actually have a negative cost, meaning there's a benefit associated with reducing emissions. Some of the industrial policies are quite costly. So that is what it is. In terms of, but what it does do is allow you to see cross-sectoral interactions in a way that's sort of user-friendly and I think generally helpful. The other thing is that the net zero scenario, I wouldn't call it the optimal path to get there either. It's really like, can we use policy to get there is a fundamental question. And it answered yes, but, it's going to take extraordinary action. There are other scenarios embedded in that, and you can sort of build your own where you're not testing the limit of the model so much, where, the share of renewables and other things are sort of more in line with experience and things that we've experienced before. Getting to net zero by 2050, I can't overemphasize how dramatic a shift in the economy that will take. And so modeling that 30 years in the future or longer, I mean, there's so much uncertainty built into that. So I'm just going to throw that out there. In terms of sources of storage materials, I wouldn't call myself an expert in that area. There's a great episode of, I don't know if you guys listen to the Energy Transition Show podcast by a guy named Chris Nelder who works at Rocky Mountain Institute. He interviewed one of the leading national experts on those materials, those rare earth metals that are needed and are really concentrated in other countries. He seems to think there's not much of a supply constraint from like availability in the Earth perspective, but it really does show you the importance of international collaboration in making some of these technological transformations happen economically. And you can like look at the sort of current administration's antagonism toward China, for example, as a potential barrier to cost-effective storage supply chain procurement. So I can't remember the second question, but I'm going to defer to my panelists so I don't suck up all the oxygen.
I would just add on the aspect of the materials that are crucial in order to build battery storage. And we've been thinking about that from the impacts on communities, as many of these materials are mined in places that lack good regulatory structures or governance protections. And so there's a real issue with the kind of expansion of storage that you're imagining happening globally if there are not efforts to address protections for communities who are impacted by that massive amount of extraction. So we are looking and thinking about what is our responsibility as clean energy advocates to be thinking about what are the right global responses, what is the right response from an NGO from within the U.S. to that kind of problem. And it does pose very difficult problems where this extraction happens in a context without good rule of law or environmental protections.
It's a little tangential, but on the battery and resource point, I recently came across the recycling of batteries. We have a pretty robust and well understood system for recycling lead acid batteries, so like a car battery or something like that, partially driven by policy that prevents you from throwing it out. It's built around being recycled. But we have a very robust and good way to do that. When it comes to the newer technologies being lithium ion, nickel, I believe, because of the variations in chemistry, size, utility, we just don't have the same amount of ready-to-go recycling infrastructure to be able to do that. I think it's a large opportunity that somebody could definitely jump into, but to think about recycling those in the same way is a little different, but a large opportunity nonetheless.
Yeah, I think DOE is starting a program to like research scaling lithium-ion battery recycling for what it's worth. So they see it as a priority.
Just one of the interesting things is, I mean, where the batteries are going to come from first really are the auto industry, and, you know, because the volume of batteries produced for that. So one of the exciting things actually for creating opportunity that sometimes often anticipated is using on the electric grid the car batteries in their second life, because once you're down to like 80% capacity, you might not want to drive them around in your car, not be so efficient, but they're great for grid storage. So there's thought to be, you know, one of the things, a long life there for that first generation battery before we have to think about this important recycling.
Yeah, and that's, I think, part of what's driven the cost of storage down so much is the electric vehicle market scaling with the utility scale storage market. And, you know, that is helping the industry move down the cost curve way faster than people thought. It's a really exciting time.
Other questions up there, Charlie?
I think we have time for one more.
Lucky me, hopefully lucky you. I just wanted to say thanks for the interesting panel. Appreciate it. Kevin, thanks for preparing us to understand what's going on. So I know we're doing kind of policy wish list. I like the carbon price in the wholesale market, and forgetting which class it was that we took in Vermont law. It was an article we read by, I believe it was Dave Roberts, saying that a $15 per megawatt carbon price would roughly keep current nuclear plants on through their end of their licenses, and a roughly $25 price would either extend them beyond or incentivize new plants. I can't get more detail than that. So I think that's an interesting way to deal with the natural gas issue if we are planning for that massive capacity we do need. On the other hand, I'm thinking more along the lines of distributed resources, demand response, as a way to shrink that requirement that we need quite a lot. Energy efficiency, you know, a lot of people think that we've taken all the low-hanging fruit, but I believe that that's not true. There's a good article by Amory Lovins, I think we're probably all familiar, about the true size of the energy efficiency resource. Recommend it highly. But my question, I guess, is what do you folks see as kind of the limitations on either energy efficiency or DERs in general? And then what is kind of the potential need as a way to eliminate the need for that heavy peak, kind of bring down that peak quite a bit so that we don't use natural gas, for example?
I mean, I would say I agree. There's a huge amount of reason to be excited about the latent potential for energy efficiency, demand response, and also distributed energy resources like rooftop solar. We don't even really have a good solid image of how much we could do with that resource if it was fully tapped. So just an anecdote, folks, you know, ERCOT in Texas is a market that doesn't have a capacity market, doesn't have a tight reserve. It's really on the margin, particularly in the summer when, you know, those peaks really happen. And the anecdotes I've heard from people who are working and investing in that market is that they are actually, the peaks are so high and so expensive that they have latent, what would be called demand response, but isn't being paid by the market. People who are basically saying it makes more sense for us not to run now and run somewhere else and to change how we're running in order to respond to market signals. And that they have some financial arrangement that's not through the market that makes it work for them to make those adjustments, right? And so if that's happening just because price is out there and nobody's actually even paying you money, imagine if someone were going to pay you money, right, to make those minor adjustments. There is so much potential with the ability to have responsive technologies in our homes, thinking about what that capability means to connect the time when you're consuming the energy versus when it should be in order to respond to needs. And we have no idea of what all of those synergies could look like once all of those are brought to bear with a common direction of making sure that we don't ever get too close to the point of not having enough stuff to meet what we need. And so I just feel like it's been discussed a lot, this idea that we could be doing more, but we haven't yet even taken the rudimentary steps to start to see how they interact, and then to look at what's the truly innovative stuff that could come down the line after we have a real price signal for it. So that's my view on it. I think it's exciting. I think it takes a lot of people who are not afraid to try to think outside the box, which you don't always get in engineering land in grid operator world. But once we have the incentives aligned for that to happen, I think it's going to be fantastic.
I totally agree with you. Not surprisingly, there's a lot of agreement between us, but I would just point to the other part of that, which is that rate design is under the jurisdiction of public utility commissions for the most part, and the investor-owned utilities that they regulate. And those utilities, frankly, have a disincentive to maximizing demand-side resources because they function as resources that avoid the need for utility investment. And under the current cost of service model, utilities make more when they can justify investing more in physical infrastructure. And by making the system more efficient and not building more poles and wires, but also power plants where there's vertical integration, these utilities really have an incentive to obfuscate and especially not proactively adopt demand-side management as a core business model, which I think is what we really need to meet some of the potential that Kim has said. I mean, rate design changes generally gets proposed by utilities. Like an outside stakeholder has limited power, resources, ability to make those things happen. You need the utility to be motivated properly. And so that's where I feel like this movement toward performance-based regulation is really important. That's happening in different states, including Hawaii, New York, Minnesota, Massachusetts. Stuff is mixed reviews from me. Rhode Island. But anyway, I think there's a lot of potential to find ways to compensate utilities for providing those demand-side management benefits and get away from capital spending as a key shareholder value maximization proposition and instead get them more aligned towards efficiency, or else try to restructure the way that utilities can operate. And I think some of these third-party administrator models for efficiency, including in Vermont, have been quite successful as well. So we really need to think outside the box and also unlock, provide new interesting price signals to customers. I think it's right on.
Yeah, I want to just ad-lib one quick announcement here while I'm here. When Mike mentioned podcasts, I want to make sure everyone is aware of the Vermont Law School Environmental Law Center's new podcast, Hot House Earth. And I keep thinking of it because I look up and see the co-host, Jeannie Oliver, who's an assistant professor with that energy clinic. I'd also like to offer a big thanks to Samantha Williams for organizing such a great panel. Samantha, we are so sorry you weren't able to be here with us today, and thank you so much for your commitment to BLS. And I don't think you could have put together a better panel and have more effectively covered all of these complex and interesting issues. So thank you all.
And now we're ready for panel number 2.
Yay! So, can you all hear me? I can't tell what this thing is. It on? All right. My name is Zoe Gamble-Haynes, and I am a graduate of. I was there the first year that Michael Dworkin came and taught energy law, and I think I took the first energy law class at Vermont Law School. And my background is that I moved to North Carolina following law school. I took whatever job I could get, which was doing affordable housing tax credit work. And I hated it. I cried every single day at my desk. I was just saying to a new lawyer over here that I questioned the intelligence of going to law school, and my managing lawyer would throw documents in my face. He would forward emails with 10,000 question marks in front of them. And I learned how to do something really boring called tax equity. And when North Carolina became the epicenter for the beginning of a huge solar boom, I was the only young, stupid enough person to charge $180 an hour, I think was my billable rate then, to represent a bunch of solar startups, because I knew tax equity. And that put me in a really unique position. I got to work with virtually every solar developer and landfill gas developer that came to the state early on, and then ultimately was recruited to become general counsel for FLS Energy, which was a solar company that ultimately sold to Cypress Creek, which at one point in time was the largest solar company. That time it was. there's lots of churn in this industry. We call it solar coaster for those of you who are not in the solar industry. We call it the solar coaster. And then was the CEO of another solar company called Pine Gate Renewables. I've had sort of a business hat and a lawyer hat. And I give you all that context because what I want to say is that, and then I left about a year ago and came back into private practice. I'm now at Mullins, which is a larger firm in the Southeast. And I'm giving you that context because the solar industry is something that is really unique in this point in time in our history. It has incredibly low barriers to entry relative to natural gas. And so you have this influx of an entrepreneurial spirit and people who have been willing to take pretty significant risks for a reward. It's also mission driven. And so it attracts a lot of young talent to the industry. And ultimately, that scrappiness has prevailed. And so you have seen just this huge growth in solar in ways that nobody imagined possible even 10 years ago when I started in this industry. If you had told me then, at that time I was installing utility scale solar, when I joined this other company, it was around $7 a watt. It's now regularly being installed at sub 80 cents a watt in 10 years. There's a lot of factors for that, but fundamentally, what makes a utility scale solar project work is that it's a financeable revenue stream. And so that is the framework that we're going to have this discussion about is what is it that makes, what are the legal issues, what are the regulatory issues, what are the policy concerns that are going to get more solar built? And at the end of the day, what makes solar get built is having a financeable revenue stream. And so when you think about that, so we have a developer who, I'm going to let everybody introduce themselves. And then everyone will take sort of 5 minutes to introduce themselves and what you're doing. But the context, we're going to talk about the developer. As a developer, what are some of the legal challenges that pop up as it relates to zoning or siting, or what does it take to actually land and secure a revenue stream? And then we're going to break out the other major policy drivers in regulated and deregulated states. Okay, so we're going to talk about regulated states and how that factors into also the ITC, and then we'll talk about deregulated states. That's the framework for our conversation. You guys, if you want to start, Jonathan, and introduce yourself. What
Sure.
you do, where you came from, how you came to be here.
Sounds good.
What's your astrological sign?
Okay, Virgo.
Aquarius.
Virgo.
Wow.
I'm Jonathan Willson. I did the energy clinic. I was a master's in energy regulation and law student a number of years ago at Vermont Law School. After leaving the clinic and joining the working world, I worked for a very short time in energy efficiency consulting before being recruited into a small entrepreneurial, scrappy, develop and flip solar shop that was the first solar company in New England to do true utility scale, wholesale market participating solar assets. That was Ranger Solar. Ranger Solar was acquired within 18 months of me joining the firm by NextEra Energy Resources after we kind of demolished a tri-state clean energy RFP to deliver power to the large utilities in Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island. We took about 80% of the awards. No wind was selected, which was a very, it was a strong market signal. We were acquired by NextEra Energy Resources within pretty much weeks of that announcement, where I then joined their utility scale solar development office, doing projects in PJM and ISO New England at all stages of development, greenfield through advanced state level permitting. I now work at Capital Power, which is a Canadian IPP that owns mostly thermal assets, but also wind, and is growing into the utility scale solar market. I do mergers and acquisitions activities there for them, managing all renewable acquisitions in the United States, and then doing wind development as well. That's me.
Hello, I'm Katherine Gensler. I'm the Vice President of Regulatory Affairs at the nation's only solar trade association that represents companies all across the U.S., the Solar Energy Industries Association. I unfortunately have no connection to Vermont Law School, but I am honored to be here anyway.
It's just a connection to me.
Yes, Zoe asked me to, so I showed up. But your description of the solar industry is really accurate and tracks mine pretty heartily. I have a policy degree, my master's degree from the School of Public and Environmental Affairs at Indiana University, a program that probably many of you looked at when you were considering where to do your grad school. And after graduating, I came to DC and I took a job at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, specifically so I could work on federal energy policy. Lo and behold, those are the people who do the most of it. Do not be fooled, the Department of Energy makes almost no federal energy policy. That is not their role. But then I got a wild hair and I left my safe, secure government job in order to join a scrappy little, I call it nearly still in the garage stage of this trade association, which had been around since 1974. But when I joined, there were 8 employees, and I think half of the people on our membership list didn't actually check their emails. So since then, we have certainly emerged into what the powerhouse that we are today. We've got 50 employees, we cover states, we cover federal, and our membership list is 1,000 companies, and most of those people do actually respond to their email and send the membership check when it's due. So that's the most important part. Most of my work has been with utility scale developers, working through issues created at FERC, the Bureau of Land Management, sort of in the siting and permitting world. I learned a lot about species that I never wanted to, and have done tons and tons of work in the last 4 years on PURPA. Raise your hand if you know what that acronym means. Yep.
More than usual.
That is more than usual. If you have read any news coverage in the last 6 months about PURPA, you have probably seen a quote from me in there. I am on the phone all the time, which is great. But I look forward to the rest of our conversation and turn over to Steve.
Yeah, and just to underline the point about PURPA and as it relates to regulated markets, for those of you who don't know, this video may not know, is that when we talk about regulated and deregulated markets, where markets have opted to deregulate, PURPA is not as applicable. But what PURPA allows is it forces utilities to purchase power from renewable resources that are less than 80 megawatts in size in the states where they have not been deregulated. And so it has become that was the mechanism which grew North Carolina in a regulated market to being the second largest salt state in the country.
So thank you for having me here. My name is Steve Shparber. I work with Zoe. I'm also at Nelson Mullins. I'm in the DC office. Zoe's in Charlotte. So I just build my background. So I'm an attorney. And my path here, it's actually been really rewarding because when I was in law school, so I graduated law school in 2010. And I really, after about my first year, wanted to get into the renewable energy field. So I went to law school in New York and, was like, I'm going to go do project finance. And I, fortunately did well my first year and was doing all of your normal 2L, go with the interviews of law firms. And if you get a little bit of my dating of when I graduated, that means my 2L law firm interviews was the fall of 2008. So I was going to interview with law firms the week Lehman Brothers filed for bankruptcy. So all of a sudden, all that transactional stuff I thought I would be doing and doing all these wind deals, et cetera, those offers were no more. However, I had a professor who told me about a little regulatory agency called the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission and said, you should go try out here. They do all these things in the energy space. And I was like, sure, I need a job. So true story. Went to New York Law School, went to NYU undergrad. When they were reading my application, thought I went to NYU Law School, which is a better ranked school, and that's how I got the original interview. And then I crushed the interview.
After that, it was all you.
After that was me, but that's how I did get through the stacks during the fall of 2008. Is they misread my application, so I'll take it. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good for all your law students out here. But anyway, so I went there during my 2L year, and then wound up actually going there afterwards. Started my career at FERC. I really was a FERC attorney for most, and still am for most of my career. I had a 2-year appointment out of law school at FERC, went to a law firm in DC. I think the reason I'm here, though, I've then spent 4 years in-house at PJM. PJM is the largest wholesale market in the country. I was the lead markets attorney, learned a ton about how the wholesale markets operate. And about 2 years ago, I was looking for an opportunity to move to, wasn't thinking about going to a law firm. I had just got my MBA at night. Thought I was going to do more of a early, kind of work at a growth stage company, because I was there and I said, look, there are all these opportunities in the wholesale markets. A lot of renewables aren't really understanding them and not taking advantage of them. And I met our boss, Larry Austin, who's down in the Charlotte office, and he said, yeah, well, we have a bunch of solar clients that are working in this space and storage companies, et cetera. Why don't you come and do this outside counsel? And I was like, well, I have all these crazy ideas. Will you let me do them? They said, sure. I said, okay, well, I'll take the job. And I also like to move from Philadelphia to DC because my wife got a job around the same time. So that's how I've been at Nelson Mullins. So I've been there for about 2 years now. And what's really cool is that I've been able to build up my practice where I'm now outside counsel to some of the major renewable energy trade groups, American Wind Energy Association and Solar Energy Industry Association, and I help them a lot of the FERC and the RTO work, Regional Transmission Organization, the deregulated markets, and have the privilege of doing that. So telling someone earlier, it's cool because now basically I get paid to say all the things I was saying in-house at PJM when people weren't always listening to me, and now I get to write it and do that, which is great.
But
and then also
do people listen to you?
Now?
Yeah.
Hopefully. Yeah, you do for the most part, which is good.
No, I mean the PJM people.
They're doing better.
Okay.
They're getting there. It's a good process. They're getting. I'll tell you. We'll get into this a little bit later. I think the RTO world and the people there will listen to you more than in the regulated markets and the utility world. So we can get into that a little bit. And then also on top of that, I do a decent amount of transactional work as well. And because as we'll talk about, a lot of in terms of financial cash flow streams and all that, the regulatory changes, the policy in the markets is what drives the revenue opportunities. To use a bit, we're not selling widgets, we're not selling Coca-Cola. The regulatory regime you're in, the market that you're in, will determine whether you have financial cash flows or not. So it's been cool, it's fun, it's great to work with Zoe, and thank you for having me here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just to get a quick temperature check, I think most people in the room know energy, but if we start talking about RTOs and PJM, I don't want to over or under communicate about those issues because we can get super into the weeds. So raise your hand if you have never heard of the words RTO. Okay, good. So we're just kind of trying to level set for the panel. All right, so Jonathan, if you could give me, so when I think about where are you guys primarily developing and what are the issues that you're facing, what informs your strategy for where you're going to pursue project development, and what have been the biggest issues that you've been facing?
Sure. Capital Power is very new to the utility scale solar industry, especially here in the United States. And so we, over the past few months, have been kind of developing our key target markets and investment strategy here in the United States, buttressed by a $10 to $20 million safe harbor investment that we are using to build out a couple hundred megawatts between now and 2023. We're a large owner of thermal generation. In the United States, we own 2 large natural gas combined cycle plants, one serving Arizona Public Service, APS, outside of Phoenix, and the other in Decatur, Alabama, serving TVA. And so what we've tried to do is think about our experience in the wind industry over the past 5 to 10 years. How do we see the wholesale markets developing? Where do we feel that we are strongest? And how do we leverage our existing capabilities and assets to grow our portfolio? For us, that's led us specifically to markets that are a little harder to develop in than a lot of other developers are willing to go into. Places like TVA, places that are bilateral in nature, and they don't have liquid offtake. There's not a lot of companies that you can go to for origination. You really need to be able to leverage your relationships and develop a good product that has a very high likelihood of recontracting, since your merchant curve in an unorganized market, in a regulated market, is much harder to forecast. And so that's what we have primarily focused on. On the deregulated side, in wholesale markets, we really like MISO, their supply and demand outlook, as well as PJM just because of its size. Primarily, when we look at a market, we look at what is our LCOE for our solar project moving into the future, what do the reserve margins look like, what is our competitor analysis. We're really targeting the same exact market as wind. And so if we think we have a competitive project that can compete toe-to-toe with wind, then we will lean towards solar in certain markets. And so that's what's led us in southern MISO and central MISO to move more towards solar as the PTC expires. PJM is a much tougher nut to crack. It's really a number of wholesale markets and geographic areas and resources all kind of crammed together. And so we have to really hone down into the details in a market like a PJM to say, what is my specific value to my customers in this specific location on the grid, and how do I compete against the 9 other gigawatts that are currently queued up just in solar in PJM right now? There's a couple gigawatts queued up in Ohio. So why do I need to be there is always a question that we look for. Liquid offtake or strong recontracting.
I heard 3 issues. I'm going to tease out a little bit. So the first one is that when you're operating in regulated markets or simply that you're going in and striking a bilateral agreement with a utility, like TVA or Georgia with other, when you're looking at your merchant curves, are you relying on PURPA as your backstop for the merchant pricing? And if so, how is that being received in the market? And has there been any issues with the recent filings? Have you gotten any questions about the viability of that?
We run PURPA as a sensitivity, but at this point, if we had an initial 15 to 20-year contract signed for solar, we don't know what PURPA is going to look like at that time. What we try to assume in our recontracting is what is the avoided cost that they're going to be facing? What do we expect natural gas is going to be in this market? And at what price can we recontract and still meet our investment hurdles? And that's really
using a recontract. You're not using a baseline.
We run kind of, it's like a blended approach of like, if we had to go really worst case is PURPA recontracting, or what is the chance that these guys join a wholesale market or have some.
And just
typically how we do it.
To tease it out further, the assumed life of a solar asset is somewhere around 40 years, 35 to 40 years. I'm going to use 40 as an outlier, just to sort of say it's not ever
35 is financeable. But
so 30, we'll say 35 to 40. And the contract terms have been driven down over the past 10 years pretty precipitously, where you used to be able to get a contract for 30 years that are now 15, 10, sometimes even 5. And so the PPA term is 15 years, and you're having to put in a set of assumptions for the balance because the first capitalized costs out of your, are basically taking up the entirety of the contracted term and paying down the cost of capital.
Mm-hmm.
So those assumptions on the post-merchant tail are.
Yes, those assumptions, they really swing value. I think they swing it even more in a deregulated market, somewhere like an ERCOT or a MISO. At this point, over 60% of your net present value associated with your asset is coming in your merchant curve. You're really only taking on the contract if you have investment grade metrics that you need to meet, like we do as an independent power producer, or to please tax equity. You need a certain, at least 7 years, preferably more than 10, to fully capture and finance your solar tax equity investment. As those trend shorter, the merchant tail becomes more important, and then you get into a lot of crystal ball around carbon pricing assumptions, avoided cost of gas, all of those things. So it's pretty much a crapshoot after your contract period, no matter what market you're in. We kind of like the bilateral nature of regulated markets, or a place like TVA, since they have shown a propensity to sign longer contracts still. You can still get a 20-year busbar PPA with TVA. It comes with some strings attached, but it's still possible, and less of your NPV is left in that uncontracted period at this point. Now, PERPA deals have gotten extreme, where the PERPA rates are so low that very little NPV is coming during the contract period, and a lot of it is left out in the recontracting period. And so we typically avoid, as an M&A manager, I avoid projects with PERPA contracts that weren't signed really consensually. There was no real bilateral negotiations, or in markets where we don't feel that's a differentiated product. North Carolina or South Carolina, Oregon is another example of markets where a lot of PERPA contracts have been signed that there's a lot of recontracting risk at this point.
So the other, and Katherine, I'll let you speak because I will reserve some of this for you, but what I heard is when you're talking about localized cost of energy, what has been the effect in your view? How do you project ITC extension, doing a calculus of whether it makes sense to safe harbor panels?
We think safe harbor is kind of pay to play at this point. If you want to participate in the U.S. solar market in 2022, you better have a balance sheet or a close relationship with somebody who does have a balance sheet. There's a clear delineation. As soon as the PTC or the ITC starts dropping off with investments next year, that initial 4% drop in the ITC, we anticipate a $5 to $7 per megawatt hour hit on PPA pricing or on sponsor equity returns. Sponsor equity returns right now are minimal. It's at this point better to buy back shares than to do a solar deal unless you believe you're actually getting to scale. So we anticipate if you're not investing in safe harbor materials this year, you're not competitive in 3 years, unless there's an extension, I guess.
Yeah. Can I
use
please, that moment? All right.
Yeah.
So here's what an extension looks like. Made sure we had some pretty charts for you all.
And just like my pause for a plug for SIA.
Absolutely.
So allow me to speak on probably the single most important industry association as it relates to lobbying efforts and has worked, tirelessly on really important issues around the tariff and ITC extension, and has managed to balance a lot of competing interests between residential and utility scale solar in a way that really works for the industry. And then in addition to that, has been an active participant in at a statewide level, becoming more and more active. We just recently had a industry-wide policy meeting where the issues were highlighted that would be the most important to the industry. That you might touch on that, because that was presented at the industry trade conference that happens every year.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so we'll start with the ITC and then take it back to that big picture view. SIA is working right now to secure an extension of the investment tax credit. As the conversation has shifted this year, it is no longer the solar investment tax credit. We got our friends from the Wind Association on board as well, so now I believe it's being referred to as a renewable energy tax credit, which would shift that structure, the PTC, and put wind as an eligible technology in Section 48 for the ITC. That's the goal. But on the solar side, this has been by far the most successful federal policy in terms of spurring investment in the solar industry, deploying solar megawatts, putting solar workers on the job, and we're all happy to talk about it these days, reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And so our push in advance of any of these step downs is to try to secure an extension this year. Obviously, we've got 2 more years to go. We will make the most use of them if we have to. But this chart up here shows what our modeling and Wood Mackenzie have modeled as far as what the economic benefits are and the climate impact of extending the ITC. I believe this model's for a 5-year extension, so it moves everything. It moves the ramp downs out 5 years. It moves the 30% along for the next 5 years. So we're talking about 82 gigawatts of additional solar deployment above what we would expect to see as the baseline scenario. 113,000 jobs. We've got about 250,000 folks in the solar industry right now. We expect that to grow, of course, with that baseline growth scenario, but The ITC in and of itself can bring us another 100,000 jobs, $87 billion of additional investment. That's, you know, pocket change for Wells Fargo maybe, but important to us. And then 363 million tons of CO2 emissions offset. So, yes, go ahead.
What are the chances?
Our chances are great. Who has a crystal ball? I mean, that's the real problem here, right? We have bipartisan support. We have 8 Republican co-sponsors in the House. We have not sweet-talked somebody in the Senate to putting their name on the bill yet, but we've had lots of good behind-the-scenes conversations, so we're still waiting for tipping over into the public sphere. There is an understanding of the urgency, both from the climate imperative as well as from the investment imperative, is people need to be able to make business plans. Jonathan has already had to talk his bosses into spending money this year in case we don't get an extension. So knowing that regulatory certainty drives investment decisions and drives employment actually really resonates with policymakers who like to keep their constituents employed. So it is always we are subject to the whims of the big picture stuff that is going on in Washington. But we have always had bipartisan support. I mean, even going back to when the investment tax credit was first put in place at that 30% level, that was EPAC 05. For those of you who are still in school then, let me remind you, we had a Republican president and a Republican-controlled Senate. That was a bipartisan piece of legislation at the beginning. When we got the passage, the 8-year extension in 2008, that too was signed by a Republican president. We had strong bipartisan support, particularly in the Senate, with our friends from California and Nevada and Washington. They really worked to make sure that went through. I feel very badly for Lehman Brothers and all of their investors and employees, but you know what? We rode along with that bill. So, it was the most chaotic legislating time I've seen in DC was that fall of 2008 era. And that was when, after 3 years of action, we finally got a long-term extension of the investment tax credit passed. So we have continued since then to build up credibility, political capital, and a whole lot more friends on the Hill. Partly, our lobbying efforts have increased. Our member companies, those people who now answer the phone, they come to DC. They do lobby days. Zoe, you've been up here. I know your colleagues have too. You know, we make sure that the legislators are hearing from people in their district and in DC about the jobs and the economic value that solar brings to their region. Yeah.
So the extension term generally, what is the highway?
So that's, again, kind of the push to the end of the ITC. That's like the 5-year curve that gets shifted. Yes. So we will always sort of see investment decisions coming forward into that window, before the policy is threatened with disappearing again.
If anyone else wants to.
Thank you for that reminder. And I intentionally wanted this to be a free discussion. This is great. I mean, don't hesitate. I'm not necessarily reserving questions at the end, but I want to tie something that you're saying that I'm remembering from the last go around, because there was this extension in 2016, right?
2015.
December of 2015.
Exactly.
And the conversation about balance sheet, Jonathan, was a very familiar conversation from that time. And it also ties into your comment about interconnection, because there has been this dip in development assets as a result of the brakes that people put on developing projects when we thought the ITC was going to expire. And because the interconnection timeline has so lengthened, it created the situation in the marketplace where there was more money than there was projects. And so I think one of the important, I'd highlight that because I think it really ties into what you were saying about PJM and the interconnection queue. And if you too, like I'm really highlighting and underlining that it's not just about decision making in the near term. It really has a ripple aspect. Yeah.
Yeah, and to comment on that further, I think the wind industry is a very good example of the boom bust. I don't know, the solar coaster makes sense. If you want to see an extreme version of that chart, you should look at the expected wind build in 2020, and then it completely hit the floor after that. So we expect some build in 2021, and then it falls pretty much off a cliff after that in most markets. Something you can see around that, and going back to the balance sheet, is there's about 20 functional wind companies in the United States at this point with any level of development capabilities. The industry has pretty much coalesced around those top 20 owner-operators and the 10 or so that have strong development factions behind them. Solar right now has more like 50 scaled competent teams and about 5 that are independent without a parent company at this point, including Pinegate, actually. But there's dramatic consolidation coming within the solar industry to make it look a lot more like the wind industry, especially with that slow ramp down in the absolute flood of money at this point. And so a lot of the develop and flip shops that have been out there capitalizing on declining costs and ITC extensions are slowly diminishing, I would say, or getting purchased is really really the thing. It's not like they're going out of business. They're getting eaten up by other larger companies. And so that consolidation is going to be a trend for us to watch, I would say, over the next few years.
Yeah, and to underscore Jonathan's point, in the 25, 30-year history of the wind PTC, there have been times that the production tax credit expired. And you can absolutely track on a graph just the catastrophic decline for a year or 18 months while Congress gets its stuff figured out, and then, they'll put the policy back in place retroactively, but you can't retroactively invest in something. So that has actually been, unfortunately, convenient for us in order to explain to policymakers why we always need, we can't be looking at the deadline as December 31st, 2021. We're having these conversations now because we need to make investment decisions now for the future and avoid those catastrophic declines that we have seen from other industries.
I'm just going to let you continue.
Sure. Yeah, let's back up a little bit to the big picture. And part of the role of the trade association is fundamentally to support the growth of the industry, to advocate on their behalf. Steve knows very well, sometimes we put our name on a filing, take the barbs and arrows because individual companies don't want to have to do that, right? There's some reputational risk, particularly if you're going to call out our friends at, Pacificor or something for being bad actors. We do that because we're not trying to sign a contract with them. Some of our member companies are. So the other important things that we do is really provide leadership, thought leadership. Where is the industry headed? And then our job, once we've set that vision, is on the implementation front to really get to work smoothing the path. How do we make it easier for everybody to get their job done? And that just means, we can drive the investment cycle to a shorter and shorter window. So one of the things that SIA did this year is we got all of our smart people in a room, member companies, non-members, a lot of the CEOs, people who are making big picture plans, and we talked about what needs to happen for the next decade. We've decided it's the solar plus decade. Solar is absolutely going to continue its tremendous growth and be a major part of our energy picture in the United States. So we have attempted to identify these 4 areas that we are going to be working in. We put out this giant report. You can read it. It's available on our website. But the roadmap for the Solar Plus decade really focuses on aggressive collaboration, market accelerators, market levers and policy drivers, and then managing growth of the industry so that we don't get too far out ahead of our skis. And key to this whole roadmap is that we want solar to provide 20% of electricity by 2030. Right now, we're at 2.6%. So we're talking what, 8.5, 9x? What this means is the growth chart you see here. Now, when I started in the solar industry, it was the beginning of 2008, which doesn't even make it onto this chart anymore. Then, our annual installations that year were 354 megawatts. We counted every rooftop system we could find, 4 and then 5 kilowatts at a time. As you can see, by the end of the decade, we're going to need to do pushing 80 gigawatts in a year. We already today install more than 354 megawatts on a daily basis. That compares to our 2008 annual total. What I think about every day in smoothing the path is what are all of the pieces that go into getting a utility-scale solar power plant online and operational. It starts with siting and permitting and the interconnection queue, and then the contracting challenges and how do you attract financing. And then when you actually build your project, you have to play by all of the market rules, whether that's in your bilateral contract or within your RTO market. And then we've got operational challenges or just things to keep your eye on, like cybersecurity, which you'll hear more about on the next panel. And, the physical assets. I know you guys talked about PV recycling earlier today, like those long-term issues that also happen at the very beginning when you're getting your approval to site something. So these are all of the pieces that we are thinking about. How do we make each step of the process faster and easier for our members? What policies need to change in order to deliver 78 gigawatts in 2030? Who wants to join me?
No, I mean, I think that and again, I think you did a good job of laying out each of the different pieces of the policy concerns and regulatory and legal framework. One of that, just a side note, and Steve, I'd like you to give us your conversation, is I remember there was a time when a lawyer could dabble in each of those areas, right? A lawyer could do...
Or you had to, because there was only one of you.
Yeah, so you would do, there would be development-related issues, and then there was also, quickly reviewing your power purchase agreements, and there was doing all of your acquisition if you were buying a project. And now, lawyers really are specializing in each of these different domains, and I think it's another example within the industry of how as an industry grows, even within the service providers, there's going to be deeper and deeper specialization within serving a particular industry, which, you have capitalized on tremendously. I mean, I remember as a solar company being asked by you to join this coalition of solar. Just 3 years ago, the idea of really participating within the market as a solar company was like a someday maybe conversation, that you could not raise capital around that. You couldn't go to a bank and get a loan for merchant solar. And since then, one, being driven by corporate buyers, but also the issues with PURPA that I want to come back to that have made it almost impossible to develop projects within PURPA markets. You really saw that. You really had a vision for that, and I just want you to speak to that because that was something nobody else was doing at the time.
Yeah. So, and thanks. So, and I think it was just I saw it from the other side, meaning the market side. So let me give a little more background on what we're talking about. So, if you look at this map, thanks for putting it up. If you look at this map here, there's no little laser pointer. No. Okay. I'll just talk and point. Any laser?
Yep.
There is?
The red button.
Okay. So here's a map of the U.S. The shaded areas are the deregulated markets. The non-shaded area are the regulated markets. And so what's interesting is that, and then the way this is there, the orange are the projects under development, yellow are what's already in the ground. So, the solar industry, when costs were high, you needed some form of regulatory way to go and be regulatory means to be cost competitive. So a lot of the solar development that happened in the southeast of North Carolina, which Zoe was instrumental in helping to effectuate, really developed under PURPA, a regulated framework. And basically what PURPA does, not to take too much of your thunder, Katherine, is it was passed in 1978, and it opened up competition for the first time in the U.S. power sector, and it mandates utilities to actually purchase power from certain types of facilities, renewable energy and solar being one of them. So it's basically a regulated mandate that forces the utilities in certain instances to purchase power. And if you see here, especially the yellow, a lot of what was driven in the southeast was all around, especially North Carolina, it's on PURPA, and also California as well. There are other important issues like tax incentives and things of that nature. But at the end of the day, the reason why I said about the market's very important is because legally you may not be able to actually sell to anybody, or it may be very hard to actually get an off-taker. So in the regulated markets, that really is what drove the development of solar, especially the last decade or so.
And can I just interject?
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know, the reason why is that in North Carolina, every state can interpret and implement PURPA for its own state. And in North Carolina, the Utilities Commission mandated that the utilities buy power for anything that was under 5 megawatts AC in size with a 15-year term, and every 2 years the price reset. So it was essentially a requirement to buy in a non-negotiated contract that was at a set price that everyone knew. And so the only barrier to getting your system built was siting, interconnection, and ultimately financing. And in North Carolina, there was a state tax credit, and that became useful.
And you got the state tax credit in addition to the federal tax credit.
Yeah. And I think it's important because it also, that really worked to drive down costs.
And Zoe's one of the main people, if not the main, that actually helped with that. So
thank you.
Yeah. So, question. Oh, sorry.
So my question is about the power prices in North Carolina. I mean, I guess the state tax credit could help, but my understanding of purpose is that avoided cost, and usually that's not high enough. I mean, it depends on where you are, basically.
Yeah. So great transition to what the next thing is crop out. So yes, over time, avoided costs go down. And as Jonathan, you were talking about earlier, that's why, especially now, it's tougher to get a contract. 10 years ago, avoided costs were also higher in North Carolina. That was just a function of the market at the time. As more just resources come on, not just solar, but in general, avoided costs tend to go down. So, and that's, also just in any place you have in the U.S., where there's more supply and demand, more supply, prices go down, same in wholesale markets, but especially when the only calculation is avoided cost, the same thing happens. But now actually in North Carolina, there's been less development, candidly. But so when I was at PJM from 2014 to 17, and I kind of saw this from the inside, and I keep abreast of what was going on in the industry and saw what was happening. But I also said, well, look, the RTOs, first of all, it's 2/3 of the country, and second of all, costs for solar and wind are coming down, and there are all these other potential revenue opportunities and just things that they're not taking into account in terms of how prices are formed, in terms of how do you value storage, how do you value ancillary services. These are all incremental incremental revenue opportunities that a lot of renewable just companies, the people I came in touch with at PJM, just really weren't taking into account. And I talked with a lot of them just in the course of my job at PJM. So I kind of put two and two together in my head and say, well, wait a second, it's going to be really more important for the renewable energy if they want to grow sustainably going forward, participate more in the RTOs. Like I think I said earlier, I thought I was going to go to a growth stage company, solar developer or something like that, and go in there. And with all due respect to the solar, I think I was like about a year or two too early, because I talked to a few of them and they're like, what are you talking about? But then I said, all right, well, I'll do it as outside counsel. So essentially what I did and what we did at Nelson Mullins was we started with our initial, and I talked with Katherine as well with DIA support, certainly. We had a group of companies that were interested in kind of being the first movers in 2018 to participate in the wholesale market. What I mean by that is participate in the stakeholder process, be more abreast of what's going on at FERC, not so much even for merchant plant, but just to understand what was going, because RTOs, we've been talking about the markets, but they're responsible for the interconnection process. They're responsible for transmission planning, which, by the way, the biggest unknown is what your network upgrade costs are going to be. So RTOs and the stakeholder process that happen there are entirely responsible for that. And I think as they were talking about the last panel, the piece, like capacity market design and seeing what revenues you're eligible for and eligible for, that's all done at the RTO stakeholder level, and it's very important. So, you know, and if you look at also where a lot of the red is, it's coming more and more in the RTOs. Texas is a huge market. There's a ton in Virginia, and Cal ISO, SPP as well, which C is very focused on along with BJM. And so more and more, especially as projects get larger, they get as cost for solar power becomes more cost competitive with other resource types, wind, but also just natural gas and obviously coal. Being able to compete on an equal playing field in the RTOs is important. The problem with the RTOs, and I use this analogy, it's prevalent in the regulated markets as well. But the whole power system and all the markets were set up about 20 some odd years ago, roughly. That's when the RTOs really came into fruition in the late 90s and early 2000s. But they were set up with a paradigm of large central generation, and the market rules and the operation and the planning protocols were all set up with this certain paradigm in mind. And it's like we're going from analog to digital, and renewable energy, and when you talk about storage and things of that nature, they look different, they operate differently, they look different, operate differently, their costs are different, their output's more variable, they're financed differently because you don't have a spark spread to worry about with like you have natural gas, which is another financing opportunity. You have all your fixed costs up front, and then there's basically zero variable costs going forward. So the way that the market rules are set up and the planning protocols and the operations are set up in RTOs directly impact the value streams that are potentially available for you as a solar developer. And it's great that I think what's happening in a relatively short period of time, I think the solar industry's woken up to that fact. SEIA, as an industry trade group, has started to, get more involved, which is great because the numbers are. I had a much easier job than Katherine because I had just 5 to 10 clients to work about. They were like, yeah, let's go and chip on this. You have over 1,000. So the only reason that we had in 2018, could represent this coalition of companies was because I had far fewer to worry about. You had many more, which was good, but now everyone's on the same page and working together, which is great. So, but I think really, and I'll turn it back to you because I've been talking a lot. Sort of the next frontier, I think, for renewables, everything in the RTOs is everything besides the ITC. And, the ITC is important, and tax policy in general will always be important to financing any sort of infrastructure in the United States. But everything else, where you're talking about interconnection reforms, you're talking about what your revenue streams are from energy, for capacity, for ancillary services, when you're talking about adding storage to everything, that's all going to be driven at the RTO level. And in many respects, it depends on the RTO, and we'll see what ends up happening. But, in general, I think, competition and deregulation is better for renewables on balance than being in the regulated jurisdictions. Now, there's some people who may disagree with me on that, but I think on balance, especially where we're seeing the growth over the next few years, it's going to be the deregulated markets, especially in Texas, SPP and this is wind as well, but Texas, there's more in MISO, SPP, and PJM, there's going to be significant growth as well. And then the other thing I haven't even talked about in terms of the importance of RTOs is because, and I think on the previous panel, they were talking about this, but state policies and recs and things of that nature that drive, there's another potential value stream for renewables. They can come into conflict sometimes with federal regulation, and I can get into that a little bit later if we have time. But right now in PJM over the capacity market and what we're anticipating from FERC about in December, that could very much hamper or potentially, depending on how it comes out, open up some more opportunities for solar and the values that they are the value streams they're eligible for. So this is all why there's a lot going on in the deregulated markets. Keeps us busy, keeps Katherine busy, and it will create or destroy more or fewer opportunities for solar moving forward.
So you're speaking of revenue streams.
Yes.
Right? You're saying energy is a revenue stream, capacity is a revenue stream, there's tickets where it's available as a revenue stream, there's voluntary procurement of energy from corporations, bilateral contracts, and then there's mandated. We haven't even touched on community solar.
Yeah.
But, and I think this is really important when you think about your earlier slide of getting to 80 gigawatts installed a year, and you look at how much is in the country that has not yet been installed. And if you're talking about reaching the kind of decarbonization that the premise of this discussion is really about, this is really scratching the surface, but it's getting at what is fundamental and essential, and that is not a small growth trajectory.
Nope.
And as you've heard on the panel, we've been talking about issues around siting. And if you guys notice, there's a Microsoft, right? The Nest Tower development that had
in Virginia.
Spotsylvania,
sorry, yeah.
That was essentially wasn't able to get zoning permit. And so this would have been a huge solar farm that would have supplied power to Microsoft. And as you may know, the data centers are huge emitters of carbon and the usage of electricity. And so there's zoning, there's siting, and I think I really do recommend reading this.
Mm-hmm. The roadmap.
So the roadmap gets at a lot of these issues. But if you look at the map and you look at PURPA markets versus...
Well, I hesitate to call them markets. Regions.
Yeah.
You're right.
That's true.
You're right. I'm just curious. So, one, I wanted to hear the final topic I wanted to talk about, and then we'll open it up for questions. I know we're being told that we are short on time. Is, what do you project when you look at that giant empty space? Right? Or even in some place like North Carolina where it's seemingly full, but really it's only barely penetrated. You look at all the yellow dots on North Carolina, but when all percentage of generating capacity in the state, it's still quite small relative to what we need to get to. So even where we have been successful in regulated markets, what are the issues that have been happening with PURPA, and where do you predict that going?
Sure. And so there's a few different pathways that we take in our approach to policy in regulated markets. And so there is the PURPA path, and it's a subset of the solar industry that really tries to participate as a QF and, wrangle through all of the rules and filings and keeping up with all of the avoided costs and doing those transactions. But we also have, in the last 3 years, really had a focus on the PUCs, and we always have, but specifically we have branched out into participating in the integrated resource planning process. This is where utilities get to propose and, the policymakers are deciding on generation decisions for the next 30 years. I mean, the planning window is usually 10, but the asset decision is 30 or 40 years. We can't achieve this kind of growth. We can't achieve decarbonization goals if entities are continuing to build new natural gas plants, right? So this is a decided move to take market share away from other generation sources, and plain and simple. So the more solar that gets approved, or even, a renewables RFP, whatever kind of solicitation you want to craft it, that all starts not with the, beneficence of our utility friends, but really at the regulatory level. We've seen RPSs, and some of those have had massive expansions, particularly in the last couple of years, but also just making those mundane resource planning decisions of what kind of generation do we build next, and driving solar megawatts through that channel. We've also participated in rate cases. That usually has the most impact on how volatile net metering programs are, or just what the value of solar is to a particular homeowner or business owner based on the underlying rates that they are being served by their monopoly utility. And then we've also been engaged at the state level in PURPA dockets to set QF rates, to address, the big overhaul that North Carolina did, for example, sort of bounce back and forth between the PUC and the legislature in order to start making changes in the PURPA space. So we have emphasized at the federal level on PURPA that any changes made need to really maintain a focus on competition, on increasing transparency, and on the accountability factor. FERC needs to step up its enforcement and really tell states when they're doing it wrong. It has been a pretty high bar to get FERC to go out on that limb and say, no, this is not acceptable. We're trying to push them toward more bright line tests so that it is easy to see what's acceptable and what isn't. That makes it easier for the developer. It makes it easier for the state to know if they are or are not in compliance. And frankly, it should make it easier for FERC to just reaffirm things that they've already said rather than feeling like they are in squishy ground anytime somebody brings a complaint to them about the actions of a state.
Steve, what's your prediction on further deregulation?
Without getting anything that is attorney-client privileged, I'll say there's renewed interest in there's a lot of interest in the Southeast on this going on now. A lot of this is public. And a large part because, we've been talking about the promise for renewables, but another big problem with the regulated model is because, well, if you basically have a monopoly that's able to go and get a guaranteed rate of return, sometimes those monopolies don't make the correct decisions. So in South Carolina, I don't know how many people are aware of this. Have anyone heard of the BC Sumter project, Sumter? So basically, the utility down there built what amounted to a $9 billion hole in the ground, and I'm not kidding, that will never produce a watt of power. And South Carolina ratepayers are stuck with that cost for the next 20 years. I think it's something like for the next 20 years, every South Carolinian is going to have to pay, I think, $15 or $20 every month on their bill just for that project. It's something, yeah. I mean, it's a huge amount.
And this is what happens when you have a monopoly.
When you have a monopoly,
concentrated lobbying power that can decision making within a state legislature.
That's why, we complain a lot about, and we talk about the wholesale markets and the issues with them. But at the end of the day, and maybe this is because I did work at PJM for 4 years, I still think on balance, they're a better market. I still think open competition and there's some problems with what's going on in the wholesale markets. But I think on balance, the RTO model is better for renewables long term, and also for consumers. But because of that, there's been some renewed interest, and even coming from Republicans down there. Actually, one of the largest proponents of solar in the Southeast is a fire-breathing Tea Party Republican from South Carolina who doesn't like the utilities, and he's like the biggest proponent for solar down the Southeast. So it really can be and is a bipartisan issue. And so there's been renewed focus. We'll see what winds up happening. That's a multi-year process if there's any sort of deregulation in the Southeast. And also, in addition to that, though, going to the West, though, the California EIM, Energy Imbalance Market, has been expanding. And even if that doesn't go to a full-blown RTO, it's sort of this in-between model between having a deregulated wholesale market and not. But that's been expanding throughout the West. And California is going to start operating a day-ahead market. And then I forget the year it's supposed to be happening. But basically what that will do is open up for more market opportunities in the West as well, in the area that's currently white right now throughout the West, which will hopefully present more opportunities for renewables. So I think it's happening, maybe slowly but surely, and we will see what happens.
Yeah, as somebody who spent 6 years entrenched in everything that the California ISO did, I am ever hopeful, whatever you want to call it, Transwest, West Connect, Grid West, lots of names. But those conversations that were percolating in the early 2000s, I think, have sort of circled back around. There's been enough trust built up in the region to refresh the conversation. I don't think they're ready to move forward on anything yet. That's way too soon. But we can at least start that conversation again. And I do think that the EIM is a good first step. I want everyone to be 1,000% clear that it is in no way a substitute or akin to an RTO, but it is a helpful addition to the competitive space.
Well, I know now is the time for me to open the floor for questions, and I'm going to probably steal a little bit of time and make us go over our time. Just forewarning.
Hello. First of all, thank you so much for talking about this. It's really valuable to hear from people who have been deep in the solar industry from a variety of different perspectives and over a long span of time, seeing it evolve in such a rapid manner. So thank you. My question is about a different policy that also has had a pretty pronounced impact, especially in the last year, which are tariffs. So, and my question is a lot more general. It's mainly for Katherine, but also for Jonathan, working with a developer, or even if you want to contribute your perspective about it, which is that what has, in your view, been the impact of the tariff on solar modules implemented that are being imported from China? Has it mainly been negative, driving up, EPC costs, or have there maybe been some unintended benefits to to maybe American-based solar module manufacturers? Overall, what do you think the impact of the solar tariffs has been on the industry, and what kinds of changes do you expect will happen in the future with regards to that?
Sure. Thanks. Okay. So funny you should ask, because we basically owe that report to the International Trade Commission later this year. They do a mid-year evaluation where they ask exactly that question. How are the tariffs working? What benefits have we seen? What harm has been done? Should we keep them in place? We estimated that tariffs would overall cost the solar industry about 8,000 jobs. That was pretty accurate. I don't remember anymore.
How was 80? Is it 8?
Yeah, pretty sure.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's okay. No. Oh, 80 was if the full thing went into effect.
Sorry,
right,
yeah.
so that was previous. Anyway, so we definitely saw the cancellation of billions of dollars of projects and commensurate job loss on the whole for the industry. There have been some announcements and some openings of domestic manufacturing supplies, but by and large, what we have in the United States, as great as it is simply not enough volume. And I got to tell you, super not enough volume for this chart. Which means manufacturing is a piece of that decade-long solar roadmap, because we want to be able to better match just the volume of solar supplies as well as demand for installations. But Jonathan, I would love to hear what's been your direct impact as a developer.
So I've worked at 2 large companies that have now made safe harbor investments and needed to kind of plan out their portfolios around the tariffs. They weren't a big deal. The issue wasn't cost or where the panels were being manufactured. The issues were timing. Could the free market deliver a functional supply chain in time for me to deliver my project along my GIA timeline and my PPA execution? This was especially pronounced for PERPA projects that constantly have their rates changed. In markets like for NextEra, that just has a tremendous amount of market force, they just told Hanwha to build more modules. When Hanwha didn't want to do that in Georgia, they had Jinko just move to Florida and build a facility. It impacted some PPAs, but you just moved it down a year and beat down all of your EPCs and everybody else to make sure that they made up the difference. And so it wasn't that big of a deal. Certain projects definitely got hurt. Some companies that had really aggressive financing strategies and were kind of a house of cards got knocked down. That was to be expected. But the more competent companies, it wasn't that big of a deal. The most imminent example, we just made a safe harbor investment or are on the way to executing the contract right now. We didn't bother with modules at all. We felt like the cost declines of modules made it so why would I buy them until right before I'm going to build my facility if I can. So we looked at racking, inverters, 34.5 kV supply cable. Inverters were really the big ticket item. We called inverter manufacturers. They said we already moved it all to India anyway. It avoids the tariffs. It doesn't change our pricing. It actually is a little more pricey if you buy it from China. They scaled up their manufacturing in time because they anticipated India's market, solar market, to heat up faster. But poor policy design in India has made those auctions kind of not live up to the dreams. And so most manufacturers that were intelligent and had a large balance sheet already had moved their manufacturing or could move it really fast, and then had slack demand in their supply chain because of markets overseas not developing as fast as possible. So it didn't impact our pricing really at all. It's just where do you take possession of it and what are shipping costs to get it home. If you can navigate that, it wasn't that big of a deal. It hurt certain specific projects that had specific COD windows that they needed to come online, but within a few months we kind of all figured it out, and that's kind of the beauty of the free market. So it just corrects itself pretty fast.
Yeah, I think that's true on the supply chain side and being able to choose from multiple suppliers. Certainly our overseas producers did not have that same level of flexibility, and I know one company, their North American CEO said, every Friday of last year, I authorized a check to the United States Treasury, which is the customs import duty, of 6 figures every Friday before I went home. And the some accumulation just to move their product into the United States per their previously existing business plan, was in the tens of millions of dollars. So that was a direct hit to their bottom line. And certainly not all of that could be recovered from their purchasers, from their customers, and so some of that came out of profit.
Yeah, really nobody besides the inverter manufacturers at this point in the solar industry is particularly profitable. We've just beat down the pricing everywhere. So when the tariffs went into effect, we beat them down, and the inverter manufacturers and the module importers all took a hit on their bottom line, or we canceled projects, and they didn't sell anything. They didn't get a lot of the development in other overseas markets that they expected, and so they just had a glut of manufacturing capability and were unwilling to give up market share, so they just met whatever requirements we needed of them. Right now, some of that has flipped because they have now, within a couple months and years, figured out their supply chain and now can say, you'll take whatever we give you because you need to safe harbor it. So here it is, here's our spec sheet, here's our price, you need to sign this in 2 weeks. If you don't, somebody else will buy that capacity. And so it's flipped back around. And so it's a fluid situation, but I think kind of perversely, we might have a more robust supply chain globally for equipment because of this. I don't like the tariffs. That obviously, if the tariffs went away, I could probably take a couple bips off my pricing. But overall, pricing is not going to move that much based on equipment costs. It moves on the ITC, and it moves on how expensive tax equity and back leverage financing are, and network upgrades.
I feel like I'm getting an eye from the back that says that I need to say. One more question. Do we have one more question? Okay.
Yes, hi, Sylvia Bartel. So a lot of talk about PURPA, but not a single peep about the recent notice of proposed rulemaking from the Commission. I'm really curious to hear, obviously, quick thoughts on it from each of you. Time is pending.
You want to go? Or?
Yeah, I mean, we've filed thousands of pages on PURPA at this point. Boil it all down. I mean, listen, the Commission missed half of the legislative record on PURPA. Competition is one of the key reasons PURPA exists. PURPA is an imperfect tool for competition. I would much rather see RTOs, competitive wholesale markets, but in the places where those don't exist, PURPA is the best thing we got. It's a crappy thing, but it's all we got. We are focused right now on crafting one more set of comments for the Commission to read, and they will be brilliant, I promise you. But again, our goal here is really relying on competition to bring the best product at the best prices to consumers. We think that PURPA needs more transparency about how avoided costs are calculated, about who's getting these contracts. We have some specific suggestions for bright line tests on, say, what constitutes a LEO? When do you actually have a legally enforceable obligation? What should the term of your contract be? Going back all the way to the beginning of this conversation, contract term so that you can recover the costs of your facility is really key, and it helps to reduce your regulatory risk and your financial risk to have a longer term and collect those revenues. So it continues to be an important, PURPA is still an important driver of project development outside of RTO and ISO regions. And for all of the wonderful things that have happened in the electricity market since 1978, I would postulate that in Georgia, Idaho, Wyoming, we are still living in the 1978 regulatory regime. Nothing has changed. So making PURPA match the facts on the ground and try to bring some of the best elements of competitive markets into fundamentally non-competitive regions should really be the goal.
And the only thing, right, there's time to add on. The thing I would add on to that, and I agree with everything you say, Katherine, this is a notice of proposed rulemaking that FERC passed, just for those who may not be aware of it, to actually really fundamentally reform PURPA. It gives states it's supposed to give states a lot of flexibility, and they say it's opening up competition. The problem is what they did is they applied lessons from RTO markets to non-RTO markets, and there are a lot of other factors that make RTOs competitive, truly competitive, or more, very much closer to free open markets as you're going to get in the U.S. power sector and what we have for competition. And they are not, and I think, for example, applying those reforms into existing RTO markets where PURPA isn't as big of a deal, for very smaller projects, there may be some issues, but it's not going to have a huge impact. It will have very large impacts on the, it will have very large impacts in the non-RTO regions. The problem is that PURPA sort of establishes a floor, and so we mentioned this, a floor in terms of what states can and can't do. Because trust me, states and utility commissions and utilities that have a lot of political capital and just plain capital to influence decision making will try to go and get below that floor established by PURPA as much as they can. Not in every state, but it's in a lot of them. The problem is that if you kind of take the federal floor of what PURPA is, which can be pretty low, and they give a lot of discretion to states already in terms of how they enforce it. Basically, federal legislative statute gives the states a lot of flexibility in how they implement it. Pardon me. If you take that floor and lower it from here to here, states will probably try to take it down to here. Some states, and that's really where the potential damage is. And just anecdotally, 2 days ago, our firm represents a group of South Carolina solar business development association that's actually fighting for avoided cost proceedings that are going on in South Carolina at this time. The utilities, the utilities witness in that case a few days ago was quoting the NOPR as if it were chapter and verse, saying you have to go and apply it this way, and saying all the reasons why avoided cost needs to go down, et cetera, and that will happen if the rule becomes final. So it's not so much the rule itself has flaws in it, but I think the real danger longer term is going to be how it may be implemented by a lot of states, and it's going to make it very difficult to, if a third of the country doesn't have meaningful renewable development, this isn't going to happen, and we're not going to meet our climate goals, and we're also just not going to have a very vibrant energy sector in the U.S. So, and that's really what the danger is. So, I'm not uplifting.
I think that's actually these last few questions really highlighted what is essential about why this is so hard. Is that not only are we dealing with entrenched interests that are opposed to the growth of the industry, it is extraordinarily complicated. And when you look at it, it's not just one thing. You're not manufacturing widgets and selling it. There are 1,000 different factors that determine whether or not a project fundamentally has a financeable revenue stream. We haven't even talked about what's going to happen with capital markets and what's happening with cost of capital and all those things. You highlighted the points about that this is truly a global industry now. You know, if China decides that they're going to build 80 gigawatts next year, we have a supply constraint in the market because that's the max, that's about the global manufacturing capacity right now. You know, there's more, but, and I will say that there are things that are completely unpredictable. My last hopeful note is that when you look at this thing, people often ask me how come the prices decline so much, and there's a whole lot of reasons, right? But one of the reasons is because of the recession. And you will recall that everyone went nuts over Solyndra and the bailout of Solyndra. But ultimately, the loss of U.S. manufacturing for solar resulted in China purchasing all the intellectual property out of bankruptcy of U.S. manufacturers. Yep. And that single event is what has driven down the cost of solar. And so we want to hold on to a piece of, a very small piece of what really ultimately is the total growth of the industry when you look at the numbers for the number of people who are employed in solar today relative to the number of people who are employed in U.S.-based manufacturing that is not where the growth is going to happen. And so, but nobody could have predicted. If you had asked me in 2008, should the U.S. be bailing out U.S. manufacturing for solar, I would have been a yes, politically. But that would have clearly been the wrong decision. So we have no idea. Like, there is technology and inventions and financial structures, and it's utterly unpredictable, and the only thing that is going to really make it go is if there are people who are committed and scrappy and are willing to figure it out. There you go. Thank you very much.
Final note.
Well, here today, when I looked at my left, I see more than 30 years of energy law experience, and that's just with Mike. Then we keep going on down the panel. So today we're going to talk about cybersecurity. I'm Mark James. I am an adjunct professor and senior research fellow at Vermont Law School, which means that I used to be an assistant professor there, but have now moved down to the DC area. So I do have, like Kevin said, I have former students in the crowd, and it's wonderful to see them, as well as former colleagues as well. So today's panel is going to take on the topic of cybersecurity. I'm trying to lay out a few questions: the what, the why, the how, and the where of addressing cybersecurity. And when we use that term for this panel, we're talking about operational technology. You will see when you come across, you have people talk about OT and IT and ICS, and in the world of energy acronyms, we can keep getting more and more complicated, but we're talking about operational technologies, about industrial control systems, the systems that monitor, dispatch, and ensure that lights stay on and everything is in the proper order, and respond to different events, providing that resiliency aspect as well as the reliability of it. And the threats that are emerging to that as that system changes. We think about how we have a legacy. Our grid really is having the prior two panels talk about natural gas and talking about solar, how our grid is a reflection of decisions and choices that have been made for the past 40 years. So what we have today reflects that. What happens in 20 years, we'll still have parts of decisions that were made today, as well as elements of decisions that were made 20 years ago, and everything that's happened in that time period. So it is creating some tremendous opportunities to decarbonize, grid, provide environmental, social benefits, address serious issues. It's also creating some very new and novel risks, things that we can anticipate, and even more along the lines of Donald Rumsfeld, the unknown unknowns, things we are uncertain about of how the system will change as new technologies come on and we change the attack surface. As millions of devices are connecting onto the grid, and hundreds of millions and more are expected to come on in the coming decades. It really does change grid vulnerabilities and grid systems. And as that attack surface gets bigger, the threat actors get more sophisticated too. They get more persistent. They get more focused both in their frequency and their potency.
and coming after, seeking access into the operational technology systems. And there was just a recent survey that came out from Siemens and the Ponemon Institute of utility professionals who now believe that operations technology is the greatest risk, is where threat actors are trying to get onto. And they really are, that question is of a cyber attack is not a question of if, but a question of when, which then becomes how do you mitigate and then how do you respond. Hopefully we'll have a little bit of time to talk about that, but and then layering on top of all that, as we'll see as we go through our panel, we have federal jurisdiction and state commissions that are in play with this, and we have utilities and regional coordinating councils who are all trying to work on this. So there are many fingers in the pie, and a lot of the questions are derived from a lack of information. Just knowing what's on the system, what's visible, how do they interact together, how do they, by adding two pieces together, what risk does that create, how do you add a third and it changes everything. That type of visibility and answering those kind of basic questions will allow us to get to the more complicated and deeper questions about how to protect it, and more importantly, where to invest, and of interest to everybody in the utility industry, how to pay for it. The big question of where's the money going to come from in the end. So we're fortunate in the U.S. to have not had a major cyber attack. There are examples elsewhere to look. Ukraine is probably the most well-known one. I just read yesterday it leaked out that the U.S. had done some cyber countermeasures against Iran following the Saudi Arabia oil refinery attack. So there are examples out there, and if you talk to security professionals, they can go into a lot more depth of what's going on. And we are also in a situation where the former director of national intelligence, Dan Coates, I'm not sure how many formers ago he is, it's fluid, it changes. In a presentation, in a report in January, said that the Chinese and Russians have a presence in our electricity and natural gas systems. So we have nation-state actors there, and as their technological knowledge gets more advanced, that filters its way down through into terrorist groups and into criminals. You tried to buy a house in Baltimore during the summer, you couldn't do that because they just shut down and ransomed that part of the city thing. So on that high note, we have a wonderful panel. I'm going to do just some very brief introductions and then let them get into the meat of the presentation. So we have Mike Bardee, who is the former FERC General Counsel, Director of FERC's, for a period, Director of FERC's Office of Electrical Reliability, which oversees approval and enforcement of regulations promoting reliability and cybersecurity electric grid, as well as a Protect Our Power Advisory Board member. So on the side, Vermont Law School has partnered with Protect Our Power. Our chairman is John Lang is sitting there, and we will have another advisory board member, Tom Ridge, come and do a keynote on a couple of major cybersecurity reports. One that came out in April, one that's coming out in November. So we are very glad to have Mike on our advisory board, bringing his expertise and insight. And beside him is Lynn Costantini, who is the Deputy Director of the Center for Partnerships and Innovation, former Vice President and Chief Information Officer at North American Electric Reliability Corporation and NERC. A long history with NERC rules and writing all of those in the early stages, and just, again, a length of time involved in these questions and maybe some answers as well, too. And joining us at the end is Andy Dressel, who is a DLS grad, 2007, and Associate Director at Navigant, who started his career working with the Western Electric Coordinating Council and NERC as well, who will get through this 30 years in the industry, I have no doubt about it. And really focusing on NERC compliance, which is something that Mike is going to start us off with as he talks about the federal efforts on grid security.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you all for letting me speak here today. I'll start with a very quick overview of what FERC does regarding cybersecurity. FERC oversees mandatory rules for cybersecurity and for the bulk power system, reliability of the bulk power system. The authority there is actually split between FERC and the states. For reliability purposes, FERC controls basically the transmission and the generation over 100 kilovolts, roughly. There's some exceptions either way, but that's the basic rule. And the states regulate local distribution, which is something they have regulated for decades for rate economic purposes, and that was carried forward in 2005 when the reliability authority was given to FERC by Congress. NERC also has a role. The way it works with FERC is NERC proposes the rules, sends them to FERC. If FERC finds that they meet the standards, it will approve them. If not, it sends them back to NERC. FERC can't change the rules. It can only tell NERC to change the rules. FERC can't write the rules like, say, EPA or most of the other federal agencies. If they want a new rule, they propose it and then they write it. FERC can't do that in the reliability realm. It has to rely on NERC and give instructions to NERC to do that. Penalties, basically, they're assessed by NERC subject to FERC review. FERC has its own independent authority, but it's rarely used. It's been used only for major events like regional blackouts that have happened, at least in small parts of the country. Other than that, FERC has left the enforcement role to NERC. So this scheme of relying on NERC to do the crafting of the rules and the enforcement, you know that it's a slow process because if FERC wants a rule, it has to first of all propose to tell NERC to do it, then it has to have a final rule, then it has to wait for NERC, then it has to have a proposal to support what NERC does, and then a final rule. So there's like 5 steps, each of which can take 6 months to a year. If you think about cybersecurity, you have to wonder if that's the most appropriate process for ensuring the reliability of the grid. It's also an open process, meaning that all of this, both at FERC and NERC, is happening in a public venue. People can see the proposals, they can comment on them, they can find out what the agency and NERC are thinking. So again, it makes you wonder if this is right, but this is the model we have, and it's the model FERC has used for the last 10 or so years to try and maintain the reliability and cybersecurity of the grid. I'll touch briefly on DOE and DHS. They do not have the kind of regulatory authority that FERC has, but they have very important roles. DOE is a sector-specific agency. Obviously, Homeland Security has a broader mission involving sectors outside of energy as well, and they both have a large role either in research or information sharing or collaborating with the various industries to ensure that they're as much up to speed and doing as good a job as those agencies can encourage them to do, not require, but encourage. So let me talk about an issue that's pending at FERC now that raises one of the classic tensions in this area. And in this case, it deals with how much FERC discloses when there are violations of the cybersecurity standards. They're called CIP violations, critical infrastructure protection. You know, right now, FERC does not require NERC to disclose, and FERC itself does not disclose the entity that violated the rules. And the reason they don't do that is because of concern that that might make them more of a target for hackers or other hostile actors. You know, if it were known that this company in particular was just found to have fallen down on the job, well, if you're looking for some place to start your malicious efforts, that might be the best place to go. So they have not disclosed that in the past. But there are concerns about the lack of transparency of this whole scheme of, you know, people rely on the grid for most of their vital needs. And if their local utility is the one that's down on the job, they might want to know that to put pressure on their PUC or their legislatures or others to make them pick up their effort and do better. Right now, you don't even know who it is. So there's been pressure to try and rebalance, to come up with a better balance between transparency and security risks. And so FERC and NERC staff put out a proposal to at least name the entity and the standard that they have violated, not the actual requirement, the specific rule, but the rubric of it and the penalty that would be imposed for it. So it'll at least be a little more information than is out there now. This is just a proposal. Comments are due at the end of this month, basically, and we'll see where FERC goes with it. But it's a tension that comes up in a lot of areas of how much can you release publicly, because the public is entitled to know what goes on with their basic electricity service or other vital sectors. But at the same time, when you disclose information, you might be increasing the risk for security purposes. I'll touch on next an event that happened in the U.S. system earlier this year, a cyber event. It happened in the West, and basically it was a firewall vulnerability. It was exploited. It interrupted communications between certain devices. It did not interrupt the supply of electricity or the delivery of electricity, but it did briefly interrupt communications, digital communications, between some devices and a control center. Just last month, actually a few weeks ago, NERC put out what they call lessons learned report, which is basically trying to explain this to others in the industry so that they don't fall into the same problem. They can avoid it by learning from what happened with this company. And some of the lessons that came out of it were pretty basic strategies. In this case, for example, there already was a firmware update for this vulnerability. They just hadn't put it on yet. They hadn't updated it, their patch management yet. They also obviously put it on, put the patch on, and then changed their patch management processes to be more rigorous, more timely. They also tightened their firewall access rules. You know, that they restricted what IP addresses could actually get into the firewall. It's a technique called whitelisting. Very valuable, but there are concerns sometimes on the grid that if you do it incorrectly, you might inadvertently cause something to go wrong on the grid at the wrong time. But they felt confident that they could limit the firewall access rules and have done so in a way that they're comfortable is going to be appropriate. One other thing they found was that they had some of their facilities where they had basically dual firewalls, and those sites were unaffected in this incident. Basically, what happened was one of them would get affected, but its partner right next to it would continue the communications. So they realized this was one way to strengthen their system. And then NERC also pointed out some other classic techniques, such as layering your defenses, segmenting your network, and monitoring your network. I mean, the basic takeaway for much of this is the basic techniques that have been talked about for a long time are really important. You got to do them right. If you screw them up, you can go wrong even when you don't have a very sophisticated adversary trying to exploit your system. I'll talk next about a report that GAO put out not long ago, this summer, talking about grid cybersecurity at the federal level, basically DOE and FERC. They did say that the capabilities of hostile actors are improving, whether it's a hostile nation, a terrorist, criminals, they're getting better. They also said that the grid is getting more vulnerable because people are putting more remotely accessible devices on the grid to operate it. I mean, those are great efficiencies, but they do increase the attack surface on your grid. Connections to business networks are also increasing. And, you know, there have been some breaches into business networks, but none of them made it over into the operational side of the utility. And those connections are another path that someday might be used to do so. Legacy systems are something the industry has struggled with for a while because, you know, you might replace your cell phone every 3 years, but you don't go out and replace a lot of this grid level hardware that often. It's just there for a long time, and those are a risk. Supply chain risks are also something the industry is continuing to struggle with, whether it's new software, whether it's patches sent to you by a vendor or a vendor person, somebody from the vendor who has access into your system. And now growth of the Internet of Things, all the things that people are plugging into the system, many of those are at the household level, refrigerators. We went and looked for new appliances when we bought our new house a year ago, and you can get a stove that's now on the grid. I can go on my phone and talk to my stove. So those are another vulnerability.
Because why not?
So basically, what GAO concluded was to make a few recommendations. One to DOE, I won't go into it in detail, but basically they said to DOE, you need to come up with a more comprehensive strategic approach to grid cybersecurity, including a plan that has a much better assessment of what are the risks. There have been some partial efforts, some better, some less, but DOE is tasked to try and do it more comprehensively and better. To FERC, they said two basic things. One is to look at the NIST cybersecurity framework and see how it compares to FERC SIP rules. The cybersecurity framework is a very comprehensive approach. It's written broadly because it applies not just to the utility sector, but to all sectors. But it has a lot of good ideas and techniques in there. The SIP rules cover a narrower segment of the kind of things you can do, and GAO just wants FERC to look at the NIST product, this cybersecurity framework, and see, are there any parts that you should be using that you're not? And then the other recommendation they made to FERC was to look at whether the geographically distributed parts of the grid could be attacked in some coordinated way. That means that your current threshold, the threshold now is, does a system control 1,500 megawatts in the same place, basically? If it doesn't, it's considered low risk and subject to very few of the rules. If it does control that much, it's subject to the full set of standards. So what what GAO said to FERC was, look at whether that threshold still makes sense in light of this risk of a coordinated attack on multiple small things instead of just one or two big things. The agencies, DOE and FERC, both agreed with the recommendations, which are just tasked to consider at this point. So their agreement doesn't mean we are going to do 100% of what you said, but they are going to consider it. So I think both of those for FERC are really good ideas to explore whether they should be making the kind of changes here, and hopefully they'll find some ways to improve the rules that apply here. I'll touch briefly on a piece of legislation that was just proposed in the Senate by Senators Murkowski and Manchin and a few others. Basically goes to the idea of encouraging utilities or facilitating them in investing more in cybersecurity. One of the problems that many utilities have is they have a rate level. If they want to spend more on cybersecurity, they either have to start a rate case and open up their whole rate level to scrutiny, or they have to just write it off the bottom line as a deduction to their net revenue and net profits. And this would direct FERC to have rules on rate incentives for advanced cybersecurity technology, and also adopt additional incentives for the smaller utilities who have limited cybersecurity resources. And also, FERC would have to allow single issue rate filings, meaning that if a utility wanted to spend, say, $20 million more on cybersecurity, they wouldn't have to open up all of their other expenditures to scrutiny. They could just put that in and try and justify that expenditure. And then there would be a program at DOE for munis and co-ops, most of which are not subject to FERC rate regulation. So again, this is, if it makes progress in Congress, if it ultimately gets approved, would be one way to try and address the barriers that slow down investment in grid cybersecurity. And the last thing I'll touch on very briefly, Mark referenced it. It's a study that came out from Siemens and the Ponemon Institute. It's really just a survey of grid cybersecurity professionals. He mentioned some of the highlights. I'll touch on just a couple others. One of the things the report described in compiling the results, the bottom line was that risk is worsening with the potential for severe financial, environmental, and infrastructure damage. They said that a lot of the respondents said their utilities really don't have a very good handle on their inventory of cyber assets. If you want to protect something, you have to know what you're protecting, what you have, and some of them are still struggling with that. Insider threat was something cited by a lot of the respondents. We always think of attacks from hostile nations or terrorists, but actually a lot of the respondents to this survey said they worry more about insider threats. And finally, one of the things that a lot of people cited was the human capital issue. There just aren't enough people who are trained and knowledgeable at doing cybersecurity, particularly in the utility realm. And so they all compete for the same people. And that means that somebody's not going to get the right amount of good people to do the job well. So those are all consistent with things that I heard throughout my time at FERC at the Office of Electric Reliability, particularly the part about human capital. We felt it ourselves. We had to compete with industry for the same people. And it's just a struggle to get enough good people to make sure you've got the job covered well. So I'll stop there and turn it over to Mark or Lynn.
Thank you, Mike, and we will jump into Lynn as she's getting her slides set up. She told me that she's actually adjunct as a professor on that, teaching students about that specific area of security.
That's right.
So, we're ready to go.
Sure. So, full disclosure, I am not an attorney, nor do I live or work in Vermont. So that's 2 strikes against me. But to earn a little bit of that credibility back, I do use legal pads. Truly, I use legal pads. But I've also been a cybersecurity professional in the electric utility industry for almost 30 years. I can't believe I actually said that number, but it's true. Again, full disclosure, I'm a cybersecurity professional who uses paper and pen. Let that sink in for a minute. Okay, so I have been asked specifically to talk about the role of the state in cybersecurity of the electric grid. So I always want to make sure that we have our definitions straight. And the definition of states in cybersecurity is very amorphous. There's a lot of state agencies that are involved in grid security. For example, state energy officials are involved in grid security, making sure there's enough fuel to power the resources within the state. The Department of Environmental Protections in states also have a role here, how much you can generate over and above the requirements in a crisis. Department of Energy has a role too. Today I'm focusing on the role of the Public Utility Commission because of a lot of the things that you've talked about all afternoon. PUCs are in the eye of the hurricane, even with cybersecurity. We ensure safe, reliable utility service at affordable rates. That's the role of a PUC, whether it's for generation resources or for cybersecurity investments. That's our job. Just a minute on NARUC. NARUC, the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners, is the closest thing to a trade organization that public utility commissions have. We represent all 50 utility commissions, as well as Puerto Rico and Guam and the U.S. Virgin Islands. A plug for the program area in which I work within NARUC, the Center for Partnerships and Innovation. It's our job within this small group within NARUC to identify emerging utility challenges that might come before a PUC. We also provide expertise. We develop tools and resources for PUC commissioners and commission staff to use in the execution of their responsibilities. And we deliver training and education to help make sure that they make the best decisions for their consumers that they can. So we do this under the CPI umbrella in 4 particular areas: energy infrastructure modernization, system transformation, critical infrastructure, cybersecurity, and resilience. That's my portfolio. And then we also talk about innovation hot topics like electric vehicles. That's probably the hottest topic right now. So to your point about the division line between FERC, NERC, and states is right there at the distribution. So the generation and transmission, generally 100 kV and above, that's considered the bulk power grid. At the distribution substation, where the high voltage is stepped down for delivery to businesses, communities, and homes, that's the distribution system that state public utility commissions are responsible for. That is our jurisdiction. The grid modernization that we talked about just a second ago, that's happening on the transmission, the bulk power side. We're talking about automation. We're talking about digitalization. That's happening on the bulk power side, getting smart on that side. On the distribution system, we're also trying to get smart, but that's where a lot of that transformation that we've been talking about this afternoon is happening. That's where we're talking about the introduction of solar, the introduction of microgrids, for example. And I want to introduce a couple of truisms that were coined by my friend Mike Asante, who really was a giant in the grid security area, who just passed away a couple of months ago. This is what he said in a paper he wrote in 2009. Infrastructures are critical to security and represent a common good. Hence, utilities are a natural monopoly for that reason. We represent the common good. Utilities provide a common good. And that's why we have the regulatory structures around that we do. Because they're providing a public good, we enable them to recover a return on that investment, a natural monopoly. The other thing he said is infrastructures are built to last, something that you just talked about. We're not changing grid infrastructure in and out every 3 years. 40 to 50 years is more like it, both on the bulk power system and on the traditional distribution system. A lot of those distribution substations, they've been there for a long time, and they will continue to be there for a long time. So together, these things mean that we are bolting on security to protect these devices. We are not securing by design. We are not implementing secure architectures across any of our critical infrastructure. Hold that thought a minute. We've been talking about the new grid today. This is the new grid. We're talking about how we can include wind, solar, whether it's utility scale solar or whether it's rooftop solar. all facilitated by the introduction of large-scale battery storage. What we want in states, what our consumers want, clean, smart, efficient, resilient, and reliable service at affordable rates. Another Mike Asante truism. Because we're bolting on, not securing by design, and we're adding all of this new technology into the grid, the new technology itself introduces vulnerability into the grid. So I'll ask a rhetorical question. Is the grid vulnerable? Yeah. History says that absolutely it is vulnerable. Started with Aurora in 2007. That was a demonstration project about how technology could be used to destroy a generator. Mike Asante was the architect of that demonstration at Idaho National Labs. Then we had Stuxnet, the US and Israel disrupting the production of nuclear fuel in Iran. We just talked about the 2 Ukraine incidents where control systems of distribution utilities were hacked, breakers were closed, consumers lost electricity in both of those events. One of the scariest new attacks is called Trisis. And that was an attack on a security system within a manufacturing plant. Forensic evidence suggests that the perpetrator intended to do bodily harm. It wasn't just bringing down the grid, it was hurting people in the process. That's a scary new threat. I promised the last Mike Asante truism. Regulations and mandates without investment and without action aren't effective. They're just not. So what can we as state public utility commissions do to drive that action, to ensure that investment is made where it needs to be made? Public utility commissions don't have one single set of mandatory cybersecurity requirements like they have at the federal side. So it's a state-by-state approach to cybersecurity. Some states have taken the legislative route, some have taken the regulatory route, others have taken what I consider a more strategic and a less formal approach to pushing utilities to make investments in cybersecurity. Doesn't mean it's a free-for-all, however. We're all working toward the same goal: reliable, adequate, safe utility service. So this is where NARUC can help here. So because we exist to help public utility commissions make really good decisions on a variety of topics, when it comes to cybersecurity, we have put out some tools for them to use. Our original toolkit included a discussion of risk, because cybersecurity really is an enterprise risk endeavor. It's just not an operational technology endeavor. It's just not a business technology. It's an enterprise risk. So we talk about that. We put together a primer of cybersecurity topics for public utility commissions. The last one was published in 2017. We don't necessarily or naturally have the cybersecurity vernacular resident within a public utility commission, which is why we put that primer out. This primer helps utilities, helps PUCs talk to their utilities about cybersecurity. And lastly, we put up what I call the Critical Infrastructure Resource Repository. And that's really a compendium of both federal doctrine and state doctrine around cybersecurity in the energy sector, just not the electricity sector. It encompasses natural gas, water, telecommunications as well. But one of the most recent things we did was put together a brand new toolkit comprised of 5 different tools for utilities to use to engage their utilities in conversations about cybersecurity preparedness, about cybersecurity response and recovery, because that's what equals resilience for the distribution grid. So the whole point was to turn a lot of that broad knowledge that we had helped them learn through the distribution of those other resources, help them provide tools that can turn that knowledge into real action. Because remember, that's where Mike Asante said we need to be. We need to drive action. So these tools, a lot of them already exist in different venues in the energy sector. We tailored them specifically for application by a public utility commission. And we worked on them as a set purposefully to optimize their value to the utility as well as to the PUC. So you might question, why would these help a utility? It gives a utility awareness of what the PUC wants to know, what questions they're going to ask, where their focus will be during a conversation about cybersecurity investment. And this is what it looks like. So at the top, we gave them tools so a PUC could create its own strategy for engaging utilities in the cybersecurity realm. Then we took the primer and we extended it to have contextual-based questions for a utility, both on their planning and process side around what they do in cybersecurity, and then their implementation. So you say you're going to do it in policy. Are you actually doing it in reality? Tough question, right? And then we gave them a tool that they could filter all of those responses in to gauge how mature the utility cybersecurity program was. Modeled after DOE's C2M2 maturity model, if you're familiar with that. Again, we didn't create much of this out of whole cloth, but we tailored it to application at the PUC and the distribution utility perspective. Another resource that we provided was a tabletop exercise guide. This guide instructs, or demonstrates, I should say, how PUCs can build tabletop exercises to allow the utility to demonstrate that it has indeed not only have policies, have implemented them, but they know how they work in real time. And then finally, we put a glossary together. Again, the cybersecurity vernacular is odd. We use a lot of acronyms, just like everywhere, I guess, in the energy industry, but it's particularly vague in the cybersecurity world. So we put a cybersecurity glossary together. And we also then take this model, these tools, and we go on the road with them. We go to public utility commissions and demonstrate to them how we intend these tools to be used in real time. These are the things that NARIC is working on right now to continue providing that awareness, the education toolkits for public utilities to really do well in the cybersecurity space. We're working on an information sharing guide within a state. So who needs to know what about cybersecurity threats and vulnerabilities, and when do they need to know it? Who do they need to tell? You'd think that's pretty straightforward, but I'm sure my federal partner will tell you it is a morass of uncertainty, really. Who do you talk to when? We're also working on a guide to help public utility commissions overcome the workforce challenges that Mike had suggested exist across the industry. So if the federal partners can't afford cybersecurity talent because the private sector is scooping them up, we at the state, we're even at a lower rung of being able to attract cybersecurity talent. This is going to take a real creative solution, and we're going to be working on that throughout 2020. And lastly, information protection is a huge issue because you said everything is done in a transparent manner. Well, states have sunshine laws for that exact reason, to make sure that information that they have in their possession is made public. Well, when we talk about information in the cybersecurity realm, we don't want it to be public. We don't want to paint targets on utilities' back. We don't want to expose weaknesses in the utility systems, because dollars to donuts, they're going to be targeted immediately upon publication of that information. So we're going to be working with public utility commissions to see if we can find solutions to those challenges as well. So I know that I walked through that quickly, but I'll be here for questions afterwards. You have to go backwards.
Go all the way back.
Yeah. All the way back. If Andy went all the way back, just to Lynn's point, kind of publishing things could be the version of Russia if you're looking.
Too far.
That's right.
That type of access is a critical issue that needs to be addressed.
Okay, there we are.
Or you can begin to address any technical issues. You need to think about how do you move the information around about where those problems crop up.
Mm-hmm.
So our final panelist, Andy Strasser.
So we've now heard about what the federal regulation landscape looks like and what the state regulation landscape is looking like, but how does utilities and independent power providers go about actually implementing these things, and what are we thinking about when we go out to utilities and work with them to help them improve both their compliance, which might be the highest level focus from certain elements inside the company, because what Mike was talking about earlier can carry a fine potentially of $1 million per violation per day, versus what's actually secure. Compliance and security are not one for one. So I'm trying to figure out where to look. So if I'm not looking out at you, I'm sorry. So, you know, here are some of the ways that cyber attackers can attack a system. There can be insider threats that Mike mentioned earlier. And there can be spear phishing. So phishing is general application. Those are those spam emails you get about, you know, from your credit card provider. You know, there's typically lots of misspellings. They're fairly easy to spot. But spear phishing, they've done their homework. They know where you work. They know what organizations you're in. And so this is what happened with the DNC hack. This is what happened with the hacks at OPM and New York Times and in Ukraine. So they find out, you know, who these people are, where they are, what they do, who they're associated with, and so they reach out to them as if they know you. And so, you know, while there still might be the misspellings, there might be strange attachments in the emails that come in. It's a very effective mechanism because, you know, you're really playing with human psychology. There's distributed denial of service attacks, or DDoS in the lingo. What that is just a flooding of the system, an overwhelming of the system. And we also saw that in the Ukraine attack. It was a multimodal attack where they flooded their call centers with phone calls. And so they couldn't even get communications out to start working on the problem. There's ransomware. This one makes the news quite a lot. Luckily, it hasn't made it into the operations side, but if your corporate side is completely locked up, if your corporate side of the network, and I'll talk about network segmentation here a little more in just a minute, you might have a real problem operating everything. There's password or privileged or personal information. Going blank right now. Personally identifiable information that gets compromised. That could be used in a spear phish, or it could be used just to kind of, you know,
brute force attack your passwords or your password fail safes. You know, when you don't have your password, but they ask you, what was the name of your first pet? Well, they can figure that stuff out as well. And then there's a physical malware introduction, and we saw that in the Stuxnet attack that Lynn mentioned earlier, where they actually had a physical USB drive that they entered into the SCADA network and unloaded the malware payload. I think I skipped one here. There we go. Oh, no. So I just want to mention on one thing that, typically your hacker, he's a guy that wears the hooded sweatshirt. He stands in very dark rooms, and there's usually ones and zeros flashing by his face. So this is the guy you got to look out for. But really, their uniform tends to look more like a military uniform. And oh, thank you. Perhaps you were as distracted by that as I was. So typically, when we're talking about threats to the electric industry, including insider threats, it could be, these are nation states. These are well-organized, well-funded, sophisticated attacks. They're military units. The picture there of the wanted poster, I believe that's from the follow-up of the New York Times attack, where they was tracked back to a Chinese military unit. But the four that are on there are not randomly chosen. Those are the four that are cited most often in cybersecurity type events: Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran. And so what is operations technology versus information technology? So information technology is really the stuff you're familiar with, that your typical networks, your servers, modems, switches, firewalls, that's your information technology. But your operations technology is different. A lot of it works on Internet Protocol, IP, but it's what controls the systems. It flips switches. It feeds in information for heads-up real-time displays. It crypt relays, which open circuits, things like that. So the things that we typically think about as operations technology are what we call industrial control systems, and in that there's SCADA. That's the most frequent one. It's a supervisory control and data acquisition. That's kind of the hub that controls all the other pieces out in the field that move around. EMS, which is kind of a subset of SCADA, which we think about for large operations, like we have California ISO's control floor there, and so the EMS is monitors tens of thousands of data points and transmission generation, balance, because everything needs to be adjusted at all times. Programmable logic controllers, those are the things that actuate movement. They're what controls the SCADA will tell the PLCs to open breakers. RTUs feed the information back to the SCADA. And then there's also a whole world of devices, but there's also relays, circuit breakers, network devices. So all of this feeds together. And the other two pictures that we see, the one with the blue boxes, that's inside a substation house. Those are digital relays. What they do, they'll open a breaker. They have various different protective functions. They sense different things, voltage, frequency, and they'll open up and clear faults. And a lot of them reclose after they clear. And so that could become interesting when we start talking about cyber events. And the other thing we see is just an inverter out in the field at a solar plant. So what are the basics of cybersecurity plan? And you'll see this, I'm most familiar with the NERC CIP rules, the Critical Infrastructure Protection Rules, but you see a similar framework with NIST, which is the National Institute of Standards and Technology. You see similar things with ISO 27000, but what does your organizational structure look like? How do you deal with cybersecurity issues? Is there a line of sight at the executive level? Do you have a CISO, a Chief Information Security Officer, or equivalent that's looking at these issues and can bring that level of weight to the CEO so that operational decisions can be made, whether that's funding new technologies or adding manpower or responding to emerging threats. It's how do you roll out policies and procedures that address everything that's below. Access controls are key, and there's physical access and there's logical access, and everything should be, it's kind of like a castle on a moat, you know. There's all these different layers. They call it defense in depth. At the farthest layer, the most people can get in, but when you get down to your really critical devices, you want very few people to have access, both physically and logically. The architecture, similar kind of goal, is multi-layered. You want to have diverse and redundant features. As Mike mentioned about the communication event that happened earlier this year, it affected one site but not the other because they had a diverse, redundant system. Because redundant in itself in the cybersecurity world generally doesn't work, because if the attack works one place, it'll work the other if you have the same types of systems. Endpoint protection, you're probably real familiar with. That's your Symantec, your McAfee, things running on your devices. Vulnerability management, you're also familiar with this one, although you might not be aware of it. So when you get that push from your Microsoft once a month, the Patch Tuesdays, what it's giving you is new security updates. There's often some additional stuff, you know, jammed in there as well. But by and large, there's security updates, and that, you know, fixes holes in code. All code has flaws. It's, you know, the psychology of it is a little beyond me, but if you have millions of lines of code, you have lots of flaws. Also, part of vulnerability management is testing your system. So having cyber vulnerability assessments, penetration testing. These guys have fun. They go out, they pretend that they work at the power plants, and they try to get in. They try to get access to the system logically and physically. They might show up as the pizza guy. Everyone opens the door for the pizza guy. Hand out chocolate bars, you know, all sorts of things that you know, they like to have fun. They're an interesting group. Monitoring and alerting. You want to know system health. You want to, you know, be aware of what, you know, is flowing across your system. You should have. Mike mentioned whitelisting earlier. You should only have those channels open for normal and emergency use. But even across those normally open channels, you want to know, is there something unusual flowing across? Is there, you know, all of a sudden you're sending out lots of information, or a lot of information is coming in unusual patterns? Well, that should be detected. There should be alerting heads-up displays to the people sitting at the EMS desks and elsewhere. Change control, whenever you're putting in new software, new security patches, new firmware, that should be done in a very mechanical, methodical way, so you identify potential risks, and then you do a second check after it's been installed. And largely at your control centers and elsewhere, they have to do this first in a test bed, so a non-production system that's separate. Although that's not a fail-safe, there have been problems with that as well. But you know, the most important thing about all these OT devices is that they're reliable. They can't have interruption. And so not only are we worried about security, but we're just worried about their day-to-day operation. Mike also mentioned, I skipped over one, information protection. That's, you know, key. In many other industries, this is the entirety of cybersecurity. You're trying to protect your information. You know, cybersecurity is different in the electric world. There's nothing to steal. You know, you don't have you know, just criminals looking to get anything. You have people that are, you know, are either just plain malicious, or they're in some kind of you know, national power struggle with all of us. Supply chain management, that's been an increasing concern, and as Mike mentioned, it's not just what devices you get, it's also how those devices are updated. Do you know where that update is coming from? Anyone who's providing services to you, do you know who it is? And this is going to address not only, so there's machine and device procurement, there's software procurement, there's vendor procurement, but there's also, even when you're talking about machine-to-machine communications, there needs to be some kind of way to interrupt, monitor, and disconnect that exchange of information. Incident response planning. I've heard many defense people say that we're living left of boom, and it's not a matter of if, it's when. So when we get to boom, how do we get beyond it? And so incident response planning and backup and restoration planning is really, how do you get your systems back up? And this is a complicated process. And not only do you have to get your systems caught back up, but we live in an AC world, an alternating current world, and everything needs to be synced together. So you have to bring things up a little bit at a time and piece by piece, and make sure that you don't create more problems. And then something that's come up in both Lynn and Mike's presentation, information sharing. And we have a special alphabet soup for this one. We have, there's many organizations that are focused on information sharing. And so this is putting out information about vulnerabilities for the firewall that had that communication event earlier this year. For critical updates, they put out mitigating measures, what you should do if you have one of these, but you can't patch right away. So these are things like the Electric Sector Information Sharing and Analysis Center. We have the CRISP program, which is run by the DOE, which is the Computer Risk Information Sharing Program. And then there used to be a whole bunch of these things called CERTs, Computer Emergency Readiness Teams, and they can even, beyond just information sharing, they can come and help with a response. So if a smaller entity got attacked, there would be, similar to a mutual aid that we're talking about with when there's a hurricane and they line up trucks, in Alabama to drive into Florida. They're looking to really institute a similar program for cyber readiness for those that aren't quite fully staffed or adequately staffed, because we talk about the federal and the state level. A lot of these municipalities are and co-ops they're very rural. They have very small budgets, and it's really hard for them to get the right level of personnel. And so challenges in implementation, lack of understanding, especially at the executive level. I think that's changing. We see that with that Siemens report. Also, Utility Dive puts out something every year. In the last 2 years or 3 years, the biggest risk cited by industry executives with cybersecurity. Evolving threats, Internet of Things, the growth of the attack surface, evolving technology, evolving regulations. Maybe those aren't evolving quickly enough. On the bulk level, we're looking at, not exclusively, but a lot of them were written in 2012, and things like virtualized systems weren't really addressed. Workforce shortages, we've talked about that a lot. Often, cybersecurity is viewed as a cost center. What am I getting out of this investment? And so, as Lynn and Mike had mentioned, and as Mark had mentioned as well, paying for this is a big source of pain. And finally, organizational culture. While the mandatory reliability standards for the bulk system have been around since 2008 for cybersecurity, there's still resistance within organizations to show their work, to show, well, I'm doing it. Why do I have to have evidence that I'm doing it? And that way you can't really assess whether they're secure or compliant. So that makes it quite difficult. I tried to go as quickly as possible, but I think I'm at the end here.
Thank you. I've been given instructions. We have until 5:30 and then a hard stop for our keynote speaker. So that gives us 8 minutes to cover everything about cybersecurity. So if there are questions, raise your hand. So I think it's interesting to go down and the granularity required at certain levels in this industry to talk about how do you protect utilities from their own employees' behaviors to coming up to the higher level of how do you create sufficient visibility without impinging upon adding to the risks that already exist. And just those two levels create some unique challenges, and hopefully.
And part of the insider threat is not just people acting maliciously, it's just them not acting fully aware, clicking on a link in an email or an attachment. So protecting people from themselves has to be somewhat of the goal of the IT, OT groups.
I talked to a guy who leads the research program at EPRI, the Electric Power Research Institute, and they do their own internal testing, and they send out spear phishing attempts to their own people. And they said the first time, they get 12%. Second time, they get 6% of people who respond to it. The third time, they get 3%, and then they go to their office and they talk to them about it. We have a question, Alex.
Yeah, I just want to quickly thank the panel. This was a really great overview. One of the things that really strikes me about a big challenge here is that the main concerns really are these foreign entities and basically malicious action. And when you compare that to a lot of factors that we manage for electricity, a lot of justification for things like reliability, a lot of other actions are based on a clear benefit to the consumer. And so that I think really shows some of the big issues that we have with who's paying for this, who really bears that burden. And we've seen some of those issues that I think you guys have really talked about in terms of the federal government takes care of certain things. Traditionally, they are responsible for national security, so having especially, I think, distribution utilities and even customers responsible for electric security is a big issue. So I was wondering if you guys could kind of talk a little bit about those institutional challenges that when we have this new Internet of Things, when we have these new type of energy resources, how does that really kind of change responsibility, and how do we navigate that to make sure that we aren't missing things, and we don't have vulnerabilities just because of how we set up our system?
Well, I can take a stab at it. I really think it's a combination of a lot of the things that we've talked about. Within an enterprise, in the enterprise risk management context, cybersecurity generally is looked at as a cost center rather than a profit center. But when you look more broadly at the value that securing your infrastructure gives you, like you can continue to provide your service that is making profits for you, it makes a lot of sense. And something that Andy said is really, really important. Cybersecurity and the value proposition of cybersecurity is now openly discussed at board levels and with CEOs. Up to, I would say, a couple of years ago, it was always the IT people's problem to deal with. But now we're looking at it more as an enterprise risk, and a risk to the business, not a risk to an asset. So I think changing the conversation in that way has been very, very helpful.
Yeah, I would echo all of that. There's been discussion for a long time, and Mike's probably been involved in some of the discussions of how do you ensure that all these multitude of individual actors can work together cohesively as a whole. There's a good part to that too. So there's inherent security because there are numerous vendors with all these different SCADA systems and all these different networks, and so there are certain levels of redundancy, and the grid is largely a resilient entity. But the other side of it, while everyone in the industry feels a shared sense of duty for what is essentially national security, that's not on the mission statement of Pepco or Dominion. So they're very interested in doing the right thing. I think some of the efforts that we blew by about the information sharing, some of them, there's been an effort to get security clearances for those at utilities and other organizations so they could get information fed right to them from the NSA DHS and elsewhere that so that they can get that operational information as rapidly as possible, and there's not a delay, and they can do that. But it's a challenge, and it's going to continue to be a challenge. But there are numerous efforts of entities to work together. There's a whole other side of this that we haven't discussed, which is physical security of the grid, and there's efforts there too, like a large transformer is extraordinarily expensive, typically custom made, and takes a long time to fabricate and get on site. But now there's they're creating a shared system of spare parts where utilities are working together and inventorying those. So there are efforts. It's hard.
The only thing I would add is, we've got this institutional structure that's very complicated between, 3 different federal agencies, 50 different state commissions, let alone the governor's office, the energy offices, and everybody else, and then 3,000 utilities, some of which are very big, and some of which serve 10,000 people isolated from, 30 miles away from the next town. And so institutionally trying to get all these organizations moving in the same direction collaboratively is a struggle. People try and generally succeed, but think of cybersecurity where the weakest link in this whole system could be the one that is used to bring down an interconnection. The tiniest little utility that is connected to PJM in the Mid-Atlantic region could be the path that somebody uses. And so it's really, it's an ongoing struggle to get everybody in this industry to share the information they should be sharing and to work together. It's worked well so far, but it is going to be an ongoing struggle.
I'll make it a quick one. I think I'll just see if we can get some hypothesizing going. I've been looking at a lot of the DER market rules going on, and one that seems to have flopped a little bit is aggregation as a market participant. Assuming that does go forward eventually, I'm curious how NERC and FERC would interpret whose responsibility it is to make sure those aggregators are following certain cyber guidelines. And how would that trickle down to the aggregated individuals? And then kind of also how do you deal with all these, you have all these different water heaters, you have all these different battery systems. How do you then enforce a standardization across that so there's not little backdoors in, say, company A's batteries? I'm not sure that was much clearer.
I think, let me start by saying they have done aggregation of demand response. And I don't know the way that NERC has applied its rules to them. I just don't remember those criteria.
They largely haven't.
Mm-hmm. So,
the third-party risk.
Right.
So my sense is the DER, unless they cross some magnitude threshold, are probably going to be similarly off the radar for purposes of NERC and FERC. Some will cross a threshold. I don't know where that line is, but I think if it's anything like the rules that apply to the bigger components, NERC's going to point the finger at the big entity and make them responsible for going downstream to the smaller entities they're aggregating.
And I'd just add a little bit on, it seems like there's almost a need for something like a UL, Underwriter's Laboratory or something similar for any grid-connected device. I know at the DER level, SunSpec Alliance is out there trying to, generate solar standards, inverter standards, things like that, and they're working with the IEEE team that's rewriting 1547. I can't remember the other one. But just to build in some level of security when you have an interconnected device, and from just a pure security perspective, all those, everyone's Nest and every other device should have password enabled, and so you can't just have one password and have a botnet, which is millions of computers that you essentially control, go out and hit all of them at the same time, knowing that the default password 0000, and then they can get all those devices to work for them as well through something like a distributed denial of service attack or something else. So going to Lynn's point, secure by design it's everyone's responsibility. It can't just be the utilities, and it can't just be the regulators.
But there are several bills. You mentioned one, the PROTECT Act, but there's a couple of bills in both the House and Senate committees that are talking about just what you're talking about, supply chain. How do we secure the supply chain? How do we do component testing like a UL does? Right now, that really is the burden of the utility that employs those third parties. That risk is their risk. They cannot transfer that risk to the third party. And NERC has explored that problem. Haven't found a solution yet, but again, I think it's going to be a combination. This is partnership. When we're talking about cybersecurity, we really are talking about collaboration and partnership, because not one single entity can solve this problem on its own.
And you do see at the state commission level, you see them trying to grapple with even third-party suppliers, the ability to try and structure rules about how to vet your third-party suppliers as more services move to being provided by them or being provided through a cloud service that you're 2 or 3 layers down the road and you don't have regulatory oversight over it nor regulatory control in place, and that's a whole other side of vulnerability. Do we have a question?
Yeah, hi. Is there any precedent where regulators have denied a utility's proposal or request for cybersecurity investment? And related to that, there have been policy moves lately to turn major software systems into a capital expense for utilities because that's now their major business. And how does that work for cybersecurity?
Both really good questions. At the state level, CapEx is rolled into rate base, but other soft expenses like O&M is an O&M expense. But we are looking at a variety of different rate mechanisms to apply specifically to cybersecurity expenditures, particularly performance-based rate making with trackers for cybersecurity expenditures. And to your first question, the answer is anecdotally, no. There is no single authoritative source for that information. But in my conversations with utilities, in my conversations with PUCs, if they can identify what a cybersecurity expenditure is, because often in a rate case they're buried, they will be approved.
Interestingly, there's National Grid is coming up for a management audit in Massachusetts, and one of the things that their cybersecurity spending they're looking at, and I was discussing this with a former student who's from Massachusetts, and I believe that their IT program was described as being disjointed and unreactive, and I can't remember, there's a third term they used that was equally in line of just not having it, not being thought out, not being planned, not being cohesive, and then coming back to what, and the kicker was, what's the benefit to ratepayers? Again, Alex's point and to your question as well, that as these investments go forward, there will eventually, inevitably be this comeback again about, okay, it's been approved, and now we need to come back and think about what is the value that has been produced from that, and dealing with the world of anticipatory threats of unknown consequence. To invest $35 million to avoid a $300 million loss of life economic value, it's always hard to prove a negative and to demonstrate that value. But maybe it comes back to who pays for it, the ratepayer or the taxpayer. So I think we've answered all the tough questions today. So I want to thank the panel, and you thank them as well. This has been wonderful for me, and I hope I'm going to assume that everyone else has found it equally enjoyable. So thank you very much.
Became the first secretary of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Tom Ridge was twice elected governor of Pennsylvania. He served as the state's 43rd governor from 1995 to 2001, and currently serves as chairman of the National Organization of Disability and serves as co-chairman of the Blue Ribbon Study Panel on Biodefense, as well as other private and public entities. Graduated from Harvard with honors, and was drafted in the U.S. Army, where he served as infantry sergeant in Vietnam, earning the Bronze Star for Valor, the Combat Infantry Badge, and the Vietnamese Cross of Gallantry. He earned his law degree from Penn State University's Dickinson School of Law. He was one of the first Vietnam combat veterans elected to U.S. House of Representatives, where he served 6 terms. And I'm very pleased to introduce Governor Tom Ridge.
I don't know if you saw thank you for the kind introduction. Thank you for your warm reception. I don't know if you saw the brochure or whatever announcing that I was going to be here, but it said keynote address. Well, I'm going to spare you a lot of time and a lot of effort. There'll be no keynote address, but I'm delighted to have the opportunity to have a conversation with you because I like the importance of the conversation, the informality of the gathering. So thank you. As you can tell, listening to my introduction, it's been difficult for me to hold a job. Rich can't hold a job. He's had 7 different paychecks. The one thing he didn't know, I was a garbage collector at the state park. We were the guys that left at 2:30. We didn't look too good. We didn't smell too good. But the cool guys had the white powder, the white cream on the nose, walking around with whistles. Those were the lifeguards. But anyway, you can overcome that adversity, and you move on. First to the law school and to the Institute. Very pleased to be associated with your work because I'm associated with Protect Our Power as well. We're very gratified by that strong relationship and particularly the quality work you did in phase 1 on securing the grid. So I just thought it was very important to identify that. I also think it's pretty interesting. I love the notion of the Institute for Energy and the Environment. I get the connection. A lot of people still don't. And so I tip my hat to a fairly prescient, almost aspirational view that the Institute has. So it's nice to be associated with that as well. I'm thinking about some of the remarks I might share with you this afternoon. And is there a social hour when I'm done? That's good. That's very good. But it occurred to me, seriously, I thought about this. In different phases of my growth, just from a young man to a student to political figure to cabinet secretary, all these things, how my view vis-a-vis the world of electricity and everything else has changed just as I've grown, become more involved in just life writ large and then the world of politics. 330 million people in this country. How many do you think, when they flick on the switch, think about anything other than, will the lights come on, will the grill, the refrigerator work, can I get my coffee done? And beyond that, and I'm not being critical, but how many of you think that out of 330 million people, how many we have, they worry about anything other than reliability? Very few. Very few. In that group, how many of them really worry about what's the source of the generation? Nuclear? I don't know. Coal? I don't know. Solar? I don't know. I just want it there. And their interest in that probably grows over a period of time. But when you think about it, it's the average consumer. So, all right. So I'm one of those folks. I want the lights to go on. I want the beer in the refrigerator to be cold. It's life amenities. You got to have it. So you get in the car, you say you're the governor. Now I'm the governor. And I've got a public utility commission. I put some really smart, able people on them. Several of them are lawyers, really skilled in compliance, really skilled in regulatory environment. Now, what am I thinking about? Well, I'm not only thinking about reliability, I'm thinking about cost. These are publicly traded, most of them are publicly traded utilities. And so what's their cost recovery mechanism? And all of a sudden now, from the civilian who's flicking on the lights and thinking as governor, and And now I know the other thing I didn't think about when I was a kid or just a consumer, now I'm paying for it. And I want it to be there, I want it to be reliable. But I'll tell you, one of the most intriguing personalities in my time, I was in Congress for 6 terms before I was governor, and he got coverage all the time. Sweet guy. Crazy hat, he'd get bundled up, he'd call one of the local, remember, Erie, Pennsylvania. This is big news in Erie. He would get the cameras, and he'd go, and he'd put a letter in the mailbox to me as congressman complaining about utility costs. And he got covered. So all of a sudden, when you're in the government, and you're dealing with a PUC, they wrestle with it all the time. Particularly at a time when we know the infrastructure is aging. One of the challenges we have now, as we go from the Edison era of electricity to the Google era, I mean, that's a real challenge for us. So, all right, reliability. Now I'm thinking about cost. I'm thinking about the politics of the regulatory environment. Then I'm Secretary of Homeland Security. Well, once we decide we have the department, we get inside, and one of the things we have to do is we take a look at this great economy of ours. And at the time, we divided it into 13 critical sectors. It's now into 16. But of all the sectors in the economy, of all the sectors that drive the world's largest economy, what is most integral to them all? I would say probably energy and electricity. Particularly, okay. So another perspective. And what are the risks attendant to it? Well, we know what they are. Physical, weather, EMP, solar, geomagnetic, you got that. Cyber. I remember way back when we were doing red cell. Let's play this. We get some really smart people who weren't necessarily counterterrorism experts, but smart people say, if you had these tools, what would you do? If this was a target, and we would combine a physical attack simultaneously with a cyber attack, you can't imagine the confusion that caused. So all of a sudden then we're looking at it as not only as a utility issue and a regulatory issue, it has become a national security issue. August of 2004, I'm not going to ask you where you were, pretty young crowd. Yeah. But I hope you weren't in an elevator. About 50 million people were hit by the Northeast blackout. It was a period of a couple of days, it was hot and humid, really drained the resources. Everybody was amping out. I mean, they just had voltage above, higher than they've had it in years. Some burnouts, and all of a sudden one burnout caused a couple of trees to fall, some lines went down, and all of a sudden you got a blackout that lasted anywhere from several hours to a couple of days. Now it's just a couple of bad decisions made and a couple of tree limbs falling south of Cleveland, Ohio. And look what happened. And that wasn't a concentrated attack of any kind. There was some human error, hot humid day, an overload on the system, and a certain number of multiple causation resulted in that effect. But we get into this world of managing the risk to the most important piece of critical infrastructure in America, and how do you do it? And how do you do it? At the same time, you have to upgrade really antiquated industry. Now, that's the bad side. The good side is as you modernize, and if you can build in security, that's a good thing. It's going to take some time. Thinking about everybody's so excited about the Internet of Things. It's a good excitement. I mean, the promise of that is what it can do to productivity and profitability and enhance agriculture and healthcare, but every point is potential vulnerability. So whether it's 25 billion or 30 billion devices by 2025, the number's so big, and that's the environment within which critical infrastructure and the most critical piece of infrastructure must exist going forward. And the challenge, I think, is that I'm not worried too much about hacktivists. I mean, I'm not an alarmist. I mean, people ask me after my first couple of months in Homeland Security, you probably don't sleep much at night. Or you can't sleep. I said, I don't sleep much, but I sleep well. Because at least I know now the infrastructure, the men and women every day throughout the government try to make us more secure, make us safer. But the grid, we know the Russians play with it. Listen, I was on the board of Exelon for a while. They worried about it? Absolutely. They're worried about modernizing at the same time. They're trying to improve and enhance their cybersecurity. At the same time, they're trying to go to Illinois and to Pennsylvania and to Maryland to get rate increases so they can upgrade the architecture, enhance cybersecurity, at the same time keep the regulators and the consumers happy. That's a pretty complicated task in this world. And I'm not quite sure that the industry itself, particularly around cybersecurity, has been focused enough on educating the general public as to the potential cost of managing the cyber risk associated with the most critical piece of infrastructure in America. You know, it is a dynamic environment. And it's so much easier to play offense than defense in the cyber world. It is cheaper. Russians, the Chinese, the Iranians, even to a certain extent, as primitive as it is, North Koreans, are all playing around with it. Look, they not only play around in our electoral system in the United States, the Russians played around in Brexit, they played around in France, they've been playing around, but these are new tools. And make no mistake about it, the Chinese and the Russians and others take a look at our grid as being the key component of how this greatest economy in the world flourishes. If you knock that down, and you cause enormous physical damage, financial and economic damage, depending whether or not it's ever done in association with any of the kind of attack, God only knows what the consequences. So I'm not breathless about this. That's a fact of life. We live in what I call the digital forevermore. The digital sun is never going to set. It's going to get hotter. That's just the way it's going to be. And so when you take on this project and say, okay, this is the reality. It's an antiquated grid. We'll modernize it. It's subject, the greatest risk, I think, to the grid today is the cyber risk. See the weather, maybe down the road there'll be a nuclear discharge. You get an EMP that'll knock it out. There might be another incident. The tree falls, the limb falls, and you got to black out for a while. But the greatest risk, systemic risk, is cyber. And so what I think you've done is said, okay, I really appreciate the fact that you took a look at how some of the states are doing it. My only disappointment is you didn't look at Pennsylvania. Come on, man. But that's good. I don't know if that's good or bad. But the fact of the matter is I've always felt as governor, you do take a look at how the states do things. Lessons to be learned. The highest form of flattery is emulating what somebody else did in another state. And frankly, a lot of these critical issues, and you know my politics, but if it's a good idea, who cares whether it's a Republican or Democrat governor, Republican or Democrat regulatory commission? If they got a good idea and you can apply it, we did that when I was governor across the board in a couple areas. And I think the notion that you looked at some states, thought specifically what they were doing, and as you get to phase two is, okay, now here's what everybody should be doing. I think I tip my hat. I like that. I like the research model. How many of you were involved in writing that report? Do you know what I'm talking about, Ian? Yeah, you did. Did you write it all by yourself?
No, I had 4 students on phase 1. And
but there's a great report. I mean, does this group know what I'm talking about? I hope so. I mean, it's a very thorough, exhaustive report.
Pennsylvania comes up in phase 2.
Pardon me?
Pennsylvania comes up in phase 2.
Good. Well, I hope so. I know. Lessons good or bad. I mean, that's what's really important. much to be learned from how the states are doing it. So the reality is, the biggest challenge I have, I don't think it's from activists. I don't think necessarily from criminal organizations. But since it's a critical piece of our infrastructure, the biggest potential threat, even though the hacktivists can cause mischief and the criminal organization can do this, and ransomware could be part of this down the road, just trying to extract the money, the biggest long-term tactical and strategic threat would be from a foreign entity in a foreign country. And we know primarily who they are. And so how do we go about managing the risk? There's a lot of diminishing returns, even in cybersecurity. And you just have to accept that. And so some of the earlier recommendations, machine-to-machine information sharing, and AI is going to have a big role to play down the road in helping us oversee and manage the grid writ large. And what I think we've found is the utility companies themselves pay pretty close attention to their own infrastructure, but the grid itself, that distribution system, that's pretty vulnerable. And it's very important that you focused on that, and I was glad that you did. So when I was in, just a quick anecdote, if you don't mind, a couple of years ago, I was invited to speak to China, invited to speak in China, and there were a couple of thousand, mostly young people. I expect many of them spoke English, but I did have the interpreter. They wanted me to talk about Homeland Security, and I couldn't very well, as a citizen of the United States, or cabinet member, talk about DHS and cybersecurity without talking about two things publicly. One was about espionage. Careful what I say. I must have been pretty careful because I'm here. And I had to talk about privacy. And it was really the espionage that concerned me. So after it was all over, they invited me to have tea with the Minister of Information Technology and Security. 15 or 20 minutes into the conversation, he acted as if he was interested in how we set up the Homeland Security and like. And he raised his cup of tea and he said, well, you know, friends drink tea and enemies shoot at one another. And I said, Minister, I've done both. And then I will tell you, and this is the world you're living in an inscrutable pace, unemotional, started lecturing me about the notion that the Chinese would be hacking into America's infrastructure and stealing secrets. Can't make that up, Ron. Can't make that up. So I said to the minister, and again, it's just, I think we need to understand this. I said, Minister, we teach Sun Tzu at our military academy. Mm-hmm. And he once said, to paraphrase him, it's only the enlightened leader and the brilliant general to try to secure as much information as possible before the battle in order to obtain victory on the battlefield. So let's look at this. You're looking over our shoulder. We're looking over yours. Let's take the conversation. We took the conversation elsewhere. The fact of the matter is that our enemies, we recognize this, not just only playing around in our elections, they're playing around in the digital forevermore. They see it as a tool, potentially of harassment, potentially a threat, also a tool that, done either independently or in conjunction with more traditional weapons, could cause great harm to their enemies. That's the reality. We have capabilities too. We're not pretending. But one thing I try to remind people: we have watches, they have time. Big difference in their mindset. And so we have to be vigilant in a dynamic environment, which means the tools they have are changing all the time. They're pinging us hundreds of thousands of times a day. Let's accept the reality. But the challenge when it comes to the grid is the challenge of convincing the consumer and the regulator and the companies that oversee this that they need a permanent, sustained commitment in a dynamic environment to deal with the cyber threat, because of all the threats that they have to manage, it's the most serious and the most consequential. That one of the great lines in your report, first page or two. I think you say you call the cyber threat low frequency, rare consequence, and high probability, or something like that. It's there. And so appreciate the scholarly research and work that you and your students did on it. So I don't want to belabor the point on cybersecurity. It's a risk that can be managed. It has to be managed. It's a little more complicated when it comes to the utility arena because there's so many different companies and so many regulatory agencies. That's why going in on a state-by-state basis and hopefully coming up with some, maybe phase 2 says all states should be at least doing this or recommending. Has to be some kind of metrics as well as to how we can measure our security. And we're going to have to hold these folks accountable down the road. But it's a good piece of work. Very pleased to be associated with it. To the extent that we can help you with phase 2, we're looking forward to that. On behalf of my friends at Protect Our Power, we thank you. By the way, I'm not going to spend all my time talking about cybersecurity. This is a very interesting group. Social hours down the road, but you got me here. If you do any Q&A, I'd be happy to do it. I want to thank you again. That's it. That's the keynote. You can release it. I thought about bringing a big binder with a lot of pages and opening the first one and saying, "It is good to be with you tonight." But it doesn't work. Way back when, right after you leave the cabinet, and I say this with gratitude, there are speakers bureaus in town that work with organizations around the country that actually pay people like yours truly to speak. That might be the closest I ever got to white collar crime. Now that just evaporates after a while. I've been out of politics for so long and out of government. I still get a case that they invited me to speak once in a while on TV and sort of said it. But the first speech I gave, I really worked hard. I mean, words matter. And I wanted to sound, and I thought it was pretty good, but I didn't feel like I called back on the times I've been in audiences listening to speakers, and I much prefer a more conversational tone. It doesn't have to be perfect. The syntax doesn't have to be perfect yet. You don't have to in every complete sentences. So you're relieved of the keynote, but I'm happy to have the chance to share those thoughts with you. But do you have any questions from your way to here, political or otherwise? Oh, by the way, one thing I also didn't tell you, though, that I think we've learned, I want to get back to comment the Institute for Energy and the Environment. There's some Republicans who believe in climate change and think that there is that mankind does have responsibility to recognize there's some degree of both culpability and responsibility, not to eliminate it because there are other factors other than humankind, but we'll play a significant role. And that's the other thing that was intrigued about the Institute for Energy and the Environment, because they're so together. And I want to tip my hat to the law school and the Institute for putting the two together in that regard. Sir, I'm going to call you sir until you hear what your question is.
So, picking up on that last thing that you said, is there anything about cybersecurity that makes it non-bipartisan?
Well, that's a great question. Yeah, that's a really intriguing perspective. Because I'm thinking about issues that are dividing us, which seem to be about all of them. Mm-hmm. I get to be careful how I say this. There may be people who think that the Russians didn't interfere with our election digitally. Maybe a couple of those, but I think the answer ultimately is it could be one of the few issues that would generate the bipartisan support politically. But how does that? It's a great question. So how does that how does it translate into legislation that has an impact on what we're talking about today, writ large? And forget about other critical sectors, but impact on the grid or on utility companies. To date, much of the, and I think it's been bipartisan, hasn't been too much bipartisan, but to date, government has been more punitive than helpful, more punitive than aspirational, more punitive. I mean, I don't know what NERC has done, but I know the FEC and some others have taken a look at companies and said, well, you weren't strong enough, you didn't pay attention to this, or you should have avoided that, and they've been penalizing. So it would be good if, to your point, there was some bipartisan legislation that said something as simple as big-time tax credits to utility companies, et cetera, to index.
Oh,
yeah.
There's been a trend for so long on the Hill to only do big packages. Oh, sorry. I mean, there's been a trend on the Hill for so long of only doing big packages and putting everything but the kitchen sink into one bill. And that's partly why I asked the question, because it sounds like cyber should be able to stand on its own if there's bipartisan support for it and move it as necessary.
I think that what's interesting, there's some bipartisan support for additional dollars to the states to help them secure the 2020 electoral process. I mean, that's a unique responsibility to government. We oversee that. And I think there'll be bipartisan support for that.
Sorry, if you could stand behind the microphone. I apologize. Could even turn it on.
Yeah, no problem. Okay?
Little green switch on there.
There you go. Can you hear me now?
Or you can put it down.
You can hear me before? Okay. I like the thought. So there is bipartisan support, I think, for some legislation for the states. I think again, I think we digital forevermore. The threat is permanent. It's going to get greater. Sun's going to get hotter. That's just reality. You don't run from it. You're not breathless about it. You say to yourself, okay, risk. What do we need to do as a country to help individuals manage it? And from an institutional point of view, utility companies, it's about, first of all, it's just making sure that the employees are that. It's about training and education. Technology, yeah, that's important, but training and education is as important as the technology and the staffing. It's a great question, and I like that perspective. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, thanks for being here today, Governor. And I'm really glad to hear that the Department of Homeland Security really does prioritize the.
Well, we did then.
Yeah, or did prioritize.
I mean, we understood there was a board, but there were other things.
Sure. The health and safety. The point is that the health and safety of the grid is essential to American economic productivity and success. And our continuing competitiveness going forward in the international world. And so my question is, beyond the threats to cybersecurity, with the science being unequivocal that climate change is going to lead to increasing inclement weather and more severe weather events like wildfires out in California or massive storms here on the East Coast, do you know if the Department of Homeland Security is taking that aspect of our grid security as seriously as they are the cyber threat? Because it seems like that's also a pressing issue that might be threatening American peace, democracy, and productivity.
Occasionally, I don't. I will tell you honestly, in my limited time, there was a couple of years, it was not a part of it that we dealt with. And I think it's, from my perspective, it's probably a multiple jurisdiction, energy out of beyond it, health should be out. I mean, there's so many implications to climate change. And I do climate change, whether people like it or not, another kind of national security threat. The destabilization that occurs in certain parts of the world, where there's famine caused by a drought, and you can make a great case that the climate change itself has created physical problems related to destabilize regions and countries and create internal political problems and manifest. And so I think people don't believe that, but I think it's also a national security problem. If anybody's paying more attention, if anybody's paying attention to what has to deal with consequences right now, by the military and intelligence community. I think it's regrettable, and I say to my friends, and my Republican friends, I'm not willing to say it is the only reason the climate has changed. I'm sure there have been cyclical activations, but let's assume there was. You cannot convince me that millions and millions of tons of SOx, NOx, and carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is a good thing. And I didn't do that well in physics and chemistry. But if you create a layer, which is basically what we're doing, that traps heat, well, trap heat in your house and put a nice cube on the kitchen table and see what happens. So we know that it traps heat, and we know the repercussions of the heat being trapped. The oceans getting warm. Talk to these geologists and talk to this climatologist of 1 or 2 or 3 degree increase in the temperature of water in certain parts of the world affects that ecosystem. I mean, people far smarter than I am can go into great detail. So I'm a believer without being as knowledgeable as maybe even some of you are. So let's just accept that reality, and do what we can to reduce. I know Vermont nuclear is probably not popular in Vermont. I'm a big nuclear guy. I'm a big believer in nuclear. When zero emissions, we didn't have Fukushima and Daiichi. We had TMI in PA. The President of the United States, the Governor, and the Senator walked through TMI 3 or 4 days after they shut the plant down because we know how to build them, we build them safe. Now, how we're disposing of material, I understand that's political, that's controversial. So, it's a great question. I think there are consequences. It's a multiple jurisdictional issue, and it's become part of that polarized political environment we have in this country. You're a believer or you're not. Nobody's willing to say, well, I don't know what she's causing that. Something to trap heat. Heat's doing some pretty having long-term consequences to our environment. Not in future generations. So one of my favorite expressions, you haven't gone on this, but there's a great Native American expression, many of you probably heard. You do not inherit the earth from your ancestors. You borrow it from your children. If you put that, the responsibility is stewards of the environment today. In that perspective, I do think you inherited a pretty good earth. I'm not sure past 40 or 50 years, industrialization, all the wonderful things that happened to it, were necessarily leaving it in better shape. So, great question. Long-winded answer, I'm not ready for this. Away. Anything else? Happy hour veterans. I'm really thirsty, so. Thank you very much. Good to meet you.